Chapter 1474. As soon as the iron-armored demon king appeared, Jun Changshao immediately released his spiritual sense and scanned every corner of the forbidden area. He easily found Jin Hao, who was playing tricks. Damn it! It was this guy. At first, Jun Changshao thought it was Empress Ling Yao. After all, she was the most suspicious. He didn't consider the golden-haired guy that he had severely injured. It made sense. The golden-haired guy's chest was pierced. He would definitely find a chance to take revenge. But he didn't expect the people from the Realm Hall to be so despicable. Jin Hao, who had been caught red-handed, did not panic. To be exact, he didn't care about being discovered. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so brazen. Brother! In this cruel world, we're used. Jin Hao jumped down from the chariot. His golden armor shone brightly. The special effect was even higher than last time. Facing Jun Changshao and Gu Zhaoxi, he wasn't weak at all. After all, he was a real 9th transformation stage. On the other hand, the former was an 8th transformation stage and the latter was a 6th transformation stage. If it was someone else, they would have run away. 8 and 6 couldn't be 14th transformation stage. Of course, Jun Changshao and Gu Zhaoxi wouldn't run away. After all, they were the typical examples of people who didn't want to die. Their goal was the same. They had to torture this golden-haired guy to death. Huff. Jun Changshao activated the stone statue bloodline. His skin gradually turned to stone. Gu Zhaoxi also realized the opponent's strength. He didn't hide his strength at all. Brothers of life and death, facing the enemy together. Although the battle hadn't started, from the murderous aura in the air, it was obviously going to be fierce. It would be at least 3 to 5 chapters. I suggest you skip it. Boom. Boom. In the depths of the ironwood forest, Xiao Ziji was heavily armed. He fired his machine gun at full power and cooperated with Yi Xingqian to gank the armored demon king. Although the 5-man team had Lu Qianqian, the mage in the middle lane, they had Su Xiaoma, the wandering assassin. Their teamwork was still strong. Roar. The iron-armored monster king roared in anger after being hit by so many attacks. The monster king's demonic energy erupted and the iron trees were uprooted from the ground. Under the flowing light, they turned into sharp thorns. Swish. Swish. Shield up. As the sharp thorns approached, Xiao Ziji switched from an offensive state to a defensive state. Numerous shield-shaped barriers appeared in front of everyone. Ding. 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 Although the ironwood was extremely sharp under the enhancement of strength, when it collided with the shield, it was all bounced back and then stabbed into the ground in a crooked manner. Die. While the target was attacking, Yi Xingqian took advantage of the opening and jumped over. His sky piercer drew a bright arc in the air and ruthlessly swept the armor. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding ironwood was broken into 2 pieces. There are only some scratches on the iron shell of the iron-armored demon king sword Shadow. Obviously, its defense is not weaker than Xiao Ziji's when the words are activated. In terms of strength, this beast is obviously stronger than the demonic fog monster king, especially in terms of hardcore defense. However, this 3rd-class forbidden area has no demonic fog and will not affect the soul. Therefore, in terms of danger, it is not as dangerous as the demonic fog forest. Although Li Qingyang and the others can't do anything to it for the time being, it is hard to say if they can exhaust it. On the other side, Jun Changshao, Gu Zhaoxi, and Jin Hao started fighting. The 3 of them are all high-level revolving core realm, so their attacks have their own special effect. Especially when they attack, the movement is very explosive. Heaven-crossing palm print. Hoo hoo. Hoo hoo hoo. The palm prints in the sky gathered together and interweaved into an inescapable net. Gu Zhaoxi has learned many martial arts before. He can even be described as a walking martial arts framework. However, after joining the Sect of all times and learning the unique martial arts, he realized that what he learned before is nothing. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful palm prints crazily pressed down, and the ground trembled violently under the attack. The violent energy spread in all directions, wave after wave. The martial artists who have retreated to the periphery of the ironwood forest are stunned. The battle between the Sect of all times and the iron-armored monster king is already intense enough. No one expected an even more intense battle to come from the other direction. Boom! Suddenly, a golden light burst out from the depths, causing the martial artists to close their eyes. Deng deng deng! Gu Zhaoxi staggered back, grimacing in pain as he clutched his chest. In the area full of palm prints, Jin Hao walked out step by step. His whole body is shrouded in golden light, and a look of disdain appeared on his face. Is this all you can do? Swish! Suddenly, Jun Changshao flew over from the side with the brush in his hand. His strokes were as powerful as lightning, and he used all his strength to draw a large character in the air. Buzz buzz buzz! In an instant, the words exploded in front of Jin Hao like a bomb. Huff huff! The violent energy was like a tsunami as it pressed down in all directions, instantly destroying the nearby rocks and trees. Brother actually knows this move. Gu Zhaoxi was surprised. Swish! Suddenly, Jin Hao rushed out from the violent airwaves and threw a seemingly simple right hook in slow motion. Huff huff! The golden energy burst out, and a fist shadow appeared. Boom! Gu Zhaoxi used his left cheek to take the heavy punch. His whole body was lifted off the ground, and he smashed more than 10 ironwood trees before falling to the ground in a sorry state. Jun Changshao sneak attacked him, and he got beaten up in return. Exquisite! Damn it! Gu Zhaoxi jumped up and covered his swollen left cheek. His eyes flashed with anger, and then he bit his right thumb and said, "I will kill you!" Boom! In an instant, his body expanded. He originally looked weak, but now he was quite sturdy. Body transformation technique? Jin Hao was stunned at first, but then he sneered and said, "So you are the traitor who went against the Jiahao, Gu Zhaoxi." This kind of martial art that could change one's body in an instant was one of Gu Zhaoxi's signature martial arts. So when he used it, it was equivalent to telling others his identity. TSK. The patriarch of the Sect of all times and the traitor call each other brothers. This is interesting. Jin Hao's smile grew. He had been playing dirty in the dark, mainly because he represented the Jiahao. He could not be too obvious. Now that the other party was colluding with the traitor, he had a good reason to attack. According to the rules of the Jiahao, anyone who is related to the traitor will be classified as the same kind. Jun Changshao, since you call Gu Zhaoxi brother, I will execute my authority today and kill you in the ironwood forest. Huff huff! Huff huff huff! Jin Hao's cultivation erupted again, and the murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger. Earlier, he was just playing with you. Now that he was involved with Gu Zhaoxi, he instantly entered the "I'm going to get serious" state. Kill me? Jun Changshao sneered and said, "No one in this world can do that." Ka ka ka. The stone statue bloodline in his body was activated crazily. His originally stone-colored skin gradually turned into stone, and his appearance also changed from a human to a stone statue ghost. Gu Zhaoxi said in shock, "This guy is from the stone statue race?" Boom. Before he finished speaking, Jun Changshao had already appeared in front of him, and his stone-like right fist came crashing down. Thump thump thump. The powerful force instantly pushed Jin Hao back a few steps, and the arm he used to block the attack felt a faint pain. Jun Changshao, who was standing in his previous position, had a cruel and bloodthirsty look in his eyes. Go Sheng, who was only at the 6th transformation, not only became emotionless after his bloodline was fully activated, but he also turned into a violent warrior. Gu Zhaoxi, who had grown bigger and stronger, walked over. One brother was like a killing god, while the other was like a demon. They sandwiched Jin Hao in the middle. Whoa! Cold and fierce winds blew in the ironwood forest, as if crying that he would not live for long. Chapter 1475. Whether Jun Changshao and Gu Zhaoxi could deal with Jin Hao would only be known in the end. However, it was certain that the ironwood forest would be heavily damaged or even destroyed. This third-class forbidden land could not withstand a fight between immortals. Moreover, the five-man team from the Sect of all times was still fighting with the iron-armored Demon King. Although they were not as powerful as a high-level revolving core realm, neither side could do anything to the other. If they continued fighting, it would only result in the destruction of the surrounding environment. Da-da-da! Da-da-da! Bullets shot out from the glowing blue muzzle. Although they could not break through the Demon King's tough armor, they still left thousands of holes in the nearby ironwood trees. Total annihilation. Yi Xingqian wielded the heavenly halberd and displayed his skills like an unparalleled war god. Large swathes of trees were cut in half. The battle gradually reached its climax. The destruction was also increasing. It's over. The ironwood forest is finished. Seeing large amounts of trees that could be used as materials being destroyed, the cultivators watching from afar were heartbroken. After all, they were all shiny Xian stones. Boom! 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 The battle on the other side was even more exciting because three types of violent energy had erupted, destroying the surroundings with an unstoppable force. Because of the energy fluctuations, even the ground had begun to crack. The ironwood trees could grow again if they were gone. Once the soil that nurtured these plants was destroyed, it would be fatal. The cultivators did not have time to feel sorry for the third-class forbidden land. As the battle became more and more intense, they could only retreat, afraid of being involved. Boom! 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 Jun Changshao, who had completely transformed into a gargoyle, seemed to have turned into a fierce and fast boxer. He used all kinds of moves to attack Jin Hao. Under the explosion of energy, every punch of his had the special effect of tearing space. As one of the three strongest races, the gargoyle race did not have any deep understanding of martial arts. They always pursued fast, ruthless, and accurate. To put it bluntly, it was a race that could fight a tough battle and was good at it. Jun Changshao, who had transformed into a gargoyle, displayed this characteristic to the fullest. At this moment, he had completely abandoned the flowery human appearance. Even the most ordinary of moves contained the power of 10,000 caddies. Jin Hao was caught in a stalemate. He did not have the time to gather his strength to unleash any martial arts technique. He could only passively fall into his opponent's rhythm. Furthermore, he had to constantly pay attention to the traitor behind him, whose physique was increasing. Gu Zhaoxi was not in a hurry to make a move. In his opinion, his brother, who had activated the bloodline of the stone statue, would not be at a disadvantage for a short period of time. He could totally take advantage of his brother's unpreparedness to steal the peach or something similar. You set me up, I set you up. This was because it was impolite not to reciprocate. Boom. At this time, Jun Changshao and Jin Hao had exchanged more than 10 moves, and both of them were forced to retreat a few steps. With the support of the stone statue bloodline, although he possessed more violent power than before, it was impossible for him to suppress a 9th transformation Dan realm expert. Chance. Gu Zhaoxi finally grasped the opportunity. While Jin Hao had yet to make a move, he rushed over. It looked like he was attacking from 3 directions, but in reality, he was delivering an extremely vicious kick to Jin Hao's crotch. When such a sinister move was executed by a high-level core transformation realm expert, the energy it gathered could be said to be quite explosive. It did not even seem sinister. In fact, one would even feel a sense of awe. A weakling using a sinister move was vulgar, but an expert using a sinister move was noble. Watch. Clang. Faster than words could tell, the right leg that had gathered explosive strength kicked Jin Hao's crotch from behind. The sound of metal colliding rang out. Ah! Gu Zhaoxi retracted his leg and jumped up and down, howling in pain. He had kicked an ideal spot, but Jin Hao had already formed an absolute defense. This kick was like kicking a spiked iron plate. An intense pain came from his calf bone, as if it was about to break. Boom! Jin Hao turned around and sent Gu Zhaoxi flying with a kick. When he retracted his leg and stood up proudly, one could see that his exposed skin was as dazzling as his battle armor. You have the body transformation art? You have the stone statue race bloodline? Sorry, I also have a way to increase my strength. Jun Changshao frowned. Jin Hao's entire body had turned golden, and his strength had obviously increased. He and his brother might not be able to take advantage of him. Kid. Jin Hao shook his head, and the arrogance on his face grew. 2 years ago, you relied on your supreme treasure to injure me. Now that you don't have that trump card, you're just trash. Thank you for the reminder. Jun Changshao waved his hand, and the divine modified lightning rod appeared in his hand. Seeing the supreme treasure that had pierced through his chest, Jin Hao's smile disappeared, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Gu Chaoshi thought joyfully, brother still has a trick up his sleeve. The appearance of the divine modified lightning rod had indeed intimidated Jin Hao. However, after a while, he sneered and said, although that thing in your hand is powerful, it can only be used once. During the 2 years he had been recuperating, he had been thinking about why there had been such an intense lightning punishment when his chest had been pierced. Could it be that the guy's supreme treasure had absorbed the lightning punishment of the formation of 10,000 thunder tribulation? If that was the case, it meant that the explosive power of the item did not come from the supreme treasure itself. It could only be used after accumulating a special power. Another reason why Jin Hao was certain that the divine modified lightning rod could not pose a threat to him was that if this treasure was effective, it would have attacked him long ago. To put it bluntly, Jun Changshao took out a gun, and he bet that there were no bullets in it. Have I been seen through? Jun Changshao shook his head helplessly. Gu Zhaoxi was speechless. He had thought that his brother had taken out something like an iron rod as a trump card, but it turned out to be a bluff. The worst thing was that he had not been bluffed, and he had been mercilessly exposed. Whoosh! Jin Hao raised his hand, and a golden spear appeared out of thin air. You are quite lucky to be able to survive the punishment of the dimensional battlefield and the formation of 10,000 tribulation heavenly thunder. However, your luck will run out one day. So, in the end, you will still be. He grabbed his weapon and said with a cold gaze, unable to escape death. Whoosh! The golden light flickered and the space trembled violently. Holy golden spear! Gu Zhaoxi hurriedly transmitted his voice. Brother, this is a divine weapon that is infinitely close to the immortal level. Ta! At this moment, Jin Hao placed the golden spear in front of him. The golden attribute that spread out seemed to turn into roaring golden dragon beasts, and they gradually lingered around his body. The special effect was once again pulled to the extreme. Whoosh! 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 The special effect of the high-level divine weapon and the power of the true spirit erupted crazily, instantly forming an extremely strong pressure. Not only did it disturb the battlefield crazily, but it also spread far away. What kind of power is this? It's too scary. The warriors who had retreated to the outermost periphery of the ironwood forest felt the golden light rippling from the depths, gathering around them and causing the space to tremble. Their expressions changed drastically. Ninth transformation core realm cultivation, coupled with a weapon that was close to the immortal level, caused a huge phenomenon. This kind of tearing special effect caused the reader's phones to rapidly heat up, as if they would explode at any time. What are you looking at? Throw it away quickly. However, just as Jin Hao was about to attack, Jun Changshao pointed at the lightning rod and pressed the start button with his thumb. He said coldly, "Go and meet God." What? Whoosh! Suddenly, the ironwood forest that was originally covered by the golden light was replaced by a white light. An extremely strong vibration came from the ground, and the violent power of thunder and lightning crazily surged. Boom! A deafening explosion came, and Li Qingyang and the other four all stopped and looked back. The iron-armored Beast King's eyes were filled with fear, because as far as he could see, a deep trench appeared out of nowhere, as if it had directly divided the ironwood forest into two. Chapter 1476. Time returned to the stage where the various races surrounded the Sect of all times, and Jinren Tonggu came out to negotiate, and the disciples left one after another. Qingyang. At the mountain gate, Jun Changshao took out the divine modified lightning rod and said in a deep voice, "This is a treasure left behind by my ancestors. I'll give it to you today." Li Qingyang's expression changed drastically. "This disciple can't accept such a valuable item. Take it." "Yes." Li Qingyang took the lightning rod. Although this item was automatically bound to Jun Changshao, he could still hold it as a disciple. It was just that he couldn't use it. This disciple will cultivate diligently these 2 years and not disappoint the patriarch, Li Qingyang said seriously. Jun Changshao patted his shoulder and said, "Go." Just like that, Li Qingyang took the treasure that represented the will of his ancestors and stepped into the Thunder Chestnut region. For 2 years, he kept encouraging himself and working hard. It was no exaggeration to say that from the beginning of his training to the end, the divine modified lightning rod that accompanied him was like a faith, constantly encouraging him to move forward until he completed his studies and returned. Patriarch. This disciple has not failed his mission. As expected of the disciple I value the most. Come, present the treasure. Yes. Li Qingyang handed over the divine modified lightning rod. When he obtained it, it was dim. When he handed it back, it was full. Obviously, it had absorbed enough lightning energy during the 2 years it followed him. Here came the question. Did Jun Changshao have bullets in his gun? It seemed to be divided into two by a deep trench. Looking at the irascible lightning forest, not only did it have bullets, but it was also very powerful. Damn! As a witness, Gu Zhaoxi's eyes widened, and his legs went soft. He couldn't see the specific scene clearly. He only felt a thick white lightning bolt shoot out from his brother's treasure, and then there was a trench that was dozens of feet wide and dozens of feet deep in his field of vision. Recalling what had happened just now, it could only be described as explosive. No wonder Elder Brother was not afraid at all when he found out that the guy who was playing tricks in the dark had the strength of a 9th transformation core realm cultivator. It turned out that he was hiding such a terrifying killing move. Awesome. Too awesome. Gu Zhaoxi's admiration for Jun Changshao was like an endless torrential river. He should be dead, right? With such a terrifying lightning power, even if he had been on guard, he would have been killed on the spot. However, when Gu Zhaoxi looked along the end of the trench, he found that Jin Hao had disappeared. There was an obvious pool of blood on the soil, so he exclaimed, "Was it blown to smithereens?" "No." Jun Changshao said, "He ran away." "You can run?" Gu Zhaoxi was even more surprised. Jun Changshao stored the lightning rod in his interspatial ring and said, "He must have used some kind of escape ability in the nick of time." "What a pity, what a pity!" Gu Zhaoxi shook his head, and in the next second, his eyes lit up, and then he flew to the side of the bloodstains to remove the soil, and said happily, "Elder Brother, this guy did not take away his golden glorious holy spear." Jun Changshao hurried over and saw the shiny golden spear half hidden in the soil. He waved his hand and picked it up, saying, "At least I got something." Using the first wish equipment, he was unable to kill that guy, but dropping a piece of equipment was still acceptable. Otherwise, it was a loss, a loss. Buzz. However, the moment Jun Changshao came into contact with the golden glorious holy spear, some kind of power erupted from the surface, and his hand was fiercely repelled. "Elder Brother," Gu Zhaoxi said, "there must be an artifact spirit inside such a divine artifact, and it has signed a master-servant contract with that guy. Even if an outsider obtains it, it will be difficult to use it. It's a bit tricky. Jun Changshao separated a wisp of his soul and merged it into the golden glorious holy spear. Sure enough, he saw the artifact's spirit that looked like a young man sitting cross-legged on the spot, so he advised. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in, following that guy is better than following me. Humph, the little guy said proudly. I am Master's artifact spirit when I am alive, and I will also be Master's artifact spirit when I die. I will never rely on you. You have a backbone. Jun Changshao did not try to persuade him. He immediately withdrew his spiritual thoughts and threw the golden glorious holy spear into the Tianyuan prison pagoda, and said, Area, I'll leave the artifact spirit inside to you. Yes. The prison trio immediately became spirited. Elder brother. Outside, Gu Zhaoxi was overjoyed. That guy didn't take away his chariot. Looking at the situation, it should be a high-level flying treasure. Could this be the child of wealth, sexy online? Buzz. Thousands of miles away from the ironwood forest, the space vibrated and formed a vortex. Jin Hao, with a pale face, came out from it. Below his right shoulder was empty. Obviously, he had lost his entire arm under the lightning attack just now. No wonder his weapon was left behind. Damn it! His eyes flashed with monstrous anger. He thought that guy's gun had no bullets, but it turned out to be true. Although he was able to use a secret method to escape in time, he was seriously injured again. Jun Changshao. I swear I will not be a man if I don't kill you. He had been defeated by Jun Changshao twice in a row, and they were both lightning rods. Once his chest was pierced, and the other time his right arm was blown off. This was unacceptable for the arrogant him. Calling a traitor brother is big news. If the Jia Hall knows, even Zhenren Tonggu will not be able to protect him. Jin Hao's painful face gradually turned into a hideous smile. This time, the injury of his broken arm was not as serious as before, but he needed some time to recuperate. He did not have to do it himself. With a little trick, he could bring a lot of trouble to Jun Changshao. What a pity. I can't kill him with my own hands. Suppressing the injury in his body, Jin Hao communicated with the space ring and wanted to take out the chariot, but he found that it was also in the ironwood forest. Puff. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Not only did he not kill the traitor, but he also lost 2 pieces of equipment. The only thing that comforted Jin Hao was that although the gold Yao holy armor was damaged, it was not a big problem and could be repaired. Otherwise, it would have been all over if he did not kill the traitor. Jun Changshao. The enmity between you and me is irreconcilable. The more Jin Hao thought about it, the angrier he became. Then, he saw clouds gathering in the sky and Empress Ling Yao appeared out of thin air. Injured by Jun Changshao again? The woman's voice was cold as usual, but there was a hint of sarcasm in it. Damn it! I've made a fool of myself again. Wait a minute. Wasn't this woman also ordered to hunt down Gu Zhaoxi? Since she knew that he was injured by Jun Changshao, she must be in the ironwood forest. Empress Ling Yao. Jin Hao's eyes were cold. The Jia Hall ordered us to investigate the traitor. Since you were there, why didn't you take him down? Still, you and Jun Changshao are in cahoots. Empress Ling Yao said calmly, don't accuse others. Jin Hao snorted. You protected Jun Changshao many times in the planar battlefield. You may be able to fool the Jia Hall, but you think you can fool me? Slash. Suddenly, the sound of a sharp blade piercing through flesh could be heard. Jin Hao's eyes widened. He lowered his head stiffly and found that his chest had been cut open by some kind of weapon. Blood dripped from the wound. You, Empress Ling Yao landed close to him and said in a low voice, the Zhongyue Pavilion sent you as a spy. It was foolish of them. Jin Hao's eyes flashed with shock. This woman actually knew his true identity. Wearing the equipment left behind by Elder Jin Yao would be an insult to him. So, it's better to let someone more suitable inherit it. With every word Empress Ling Yao said, Jin Hao's vision and hearing deteriorated. Strange attributes surged from his body and stirred his organs. You are so evil. He had just finished speaking when he completely lost his mind. Now Jin Hao had finished filming. He had not died at the hands of Jun Changshao, but at the hands of Empress Ling Yao. Chapter 1477. Ironwood Forest. The most intense battle had ended, but the damage was irreparable. More than half of the forbidden area had been reduced to ruins. Brother! Gu Zhaoxi's voice rang out. Golden Sun Chariot! Jun Changshao noticed the golden chariot that Jin Hao had left in the Ironwood Forest. He grinned and said, That guy gave me another good treasure. Gu Zhaoxi said, Brother, the Golden Sun Chariot's quality is not low. It is said that its speed and performance are not inferior to the ancient warship. Is that so? Jun Changshao walked over and sent his consciousness into the chariot. There was no artifact spirit inside, but there were complicated lines that should be driven by an array. If he wanted to control this high-level Golden Sun Chariot, he would have to erase the existing soul imprint and insert his own soul imprint. Boom! Boom! On the other side there were sounds of battle. Jun Changshao put the chariot into his spatial ring and rushed over with Gu Zhaoxi. Li Qingyang's group was still fighting with the iron-armored Demon King. However, from the looks of it, they had gained the upper hand and could deal with the other party. Taking advantage of this time, Go Xing took out the Golden Sun Chariot and sent his spiritual sense into it, enveloping it. Wait, why did the soul imprint suddenly disappear? When he first looked inside, the soul imprint left by Jin Hao was clearly visible. Now, after a short while, it disappeared. This made Jun Changshao a little confused. Or did the other party know that the treasure was in his hands and simply removed it? Good guy. Jun Changshao sighed in his heart. Boom. At this moment, the iron-armored Demon King finally couldn't hold on anymore and fell in front of the group of 5 with wounds all over its body. Although the battle area was not as damaged as the other side, the Ironwood Forest was mostly destroyed. The most fatal damage was the soil. The ground was cracked and sunken, and the energy loss was serious. The third-class forbidden area defined by the relevant departments as a place for void-piercing realm and core transformation realm martial artists to train was destroyed. Even if it could still produce ironwood, it would be very small. Clean up the battlefield. Yes. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others put the broken ironwood and the armor pieces of the iron-armored Demon King into their space rings before leaving the Ironwood Forest with the Patriarch. Before he entered, this place was flourishing. After leaving, this place was plunged into misery and suffering. This was the sect of all times. As long as one entered a treasure trove, they would never return empty-handed. It's gone, the Ironwood Forest is gone. After Jun Changshao left with his disciples, various cultivators came over one after another. Looking at the ruined environment in front of them, a look of regret appeared on their faces. Because this was a third-class forbidden land, even high-level core revolving realm or truth-seeking realm cultivators disdained to enter. But for low-level martial artists, the destruction of the Ironwood Forest was the same as losing a place where they could gain experience and earn money. AI. A rogue cultivator sighed helplessly, let's go to the nearest Fire Cloud Cliff. Fire Cloud Cliff was also a third-class forbidden area in the upper realm. From its name, one could tell that this place was definitely related to fire. Furthermore, it contained fire cloud stones that could also be used to forge equipment and weapons. Let's go. With the destruction of the Ironwood Forest, the various cultivators could only focus on other forbidden areas. But when they rushed over, they found that their peers were gathered at the periphery. Thus, they asked in confusion, why aren't you guys going in? The sect of all times sealed the mountain. What? It turned out that when everyone was rushing over, Jun Changshao brought his disciples into Fire Cloud Cliff first because it was on the way. In order to prevent any accidents from happening to outsiders, he kindly sealed the place. The rogue cultivators who made a fortune from the forbidden area expressed their gratitude to him. Father, this place is filled with good fire-type energy. Can I absorb it without any restraint? Yes. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Xiao Hua, who was at the bottom of the cliff, opened his mouth like a hungry beast and frantically absorbed the pure fire-type energy around him. The demonic beasts that existed in the forbidden area hid in the dark and trembled. Facing a powerful existence like the fire spirit, they would definitely become food as soon as they appeared. The fire-type energy in Fire Cloud Cliff was very strong, so the deeper they went, the higher the temperature. But under Xiao Hua's frantic absorption, it started to cool down gradually. Li Qingyang and the others continued to move forward and collected various fire-type ores. 2 hours later, the isolation array at the periphery disappeared. Jun Changshao left with his disciples under everyone's watchful eyes. As soon as they left, the rogue cultivators entered Fire Cloud Cliff. When they felt that there was no fire-type energy around, they cried out in despair, "This forbidden area is gone too. It's okay. We went to Water Fairy Lake." When they arrived at the scene, the clear third-class forbidden area that stretched for hundreds of miles was even more bottomless because the water was all gone. Could it be, just as everyone was guessing, they suddenly saw a familiar figure leaving in the distance. They hugged their heads and said, "It's them again! Ironwood Forest, Fire Cloud Cliff, Water Fairy Lake." In a short period of time, they were visited by Jun Changshao. In the end, their attributes, ores, and treasures were all taken away. Some of them might have preserved the landscape and environment, but their internal attributes and some elements were destroyed. It was no different from having their martial arts crippled and becoming ordinary places. The upper realm was in an uproar. The martial artists were furious. Jun Changxiao's behavior of leaving nothing alive wherever he went seriously damaged the ecological chain at the bottom. If it was not stopped, where would they go to find opportunities to earn money in the future? Judging from this guy's route, it's obvious that he wants to visit all the forbidden areas on the way to Phoenix Perch Immortal Mountain. We have to go to the next forbidden area to stop him. Therefore, many rogue cultivators organized themselves and successfully blocked Jun Changshao and the others in front of an unnamed forbidden area. They almost pulled up a banner that read, "Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility," to resist their endless destruction. Jun Patriarch, an old man, said seriously, "Although there are dangers in forbidden areas, there are also opportunities. You keep going in and destroying them. How are we going to develop in the future?" "That's your problem, not mine," Jun Changshao said. Forbidden areas were not public property. Since ancient times, whoever had the ability could obtain it. Now that I have the ability, why can't I mine it? Besides, the third-class forbidden areas that existed until now must be the leftovers of the major forces. Throughout the history of the upper realm, who knows how many forbidden areas with rich resources had disappeared because of excessive mining. Jun Patriarch, a middle-aged man, pointed into the distance and said, "The Valley of Dead Souls a few thousand miles ahead is a second-class forbidden area. There are countless treasures in it. Can you let go of the third-class forbidden area and leave some food for us low-level martial artists?" "Yes," everyone said in a pleading tone. They did not have any objections to Jun Changshao entering the third-class forbidden area to search for treasures. However, not even leaving the soup after eating the meat was a little too cruel. "Valley of Dead Souls?" Jun Changshao touched his chin and said, "Second-class forbidden area? Brother," Gu Zhaoxi said, "the treasures in the Valley of Dead Souls are incomparable to the third-class forbidden areas in terms of quality and quantity." "Okay." Jun Changshao snapped his fingers and said, "Then I'll give it a try." Therefore, under the watchful eyes of the itinerant martial artists, Go Xing gave up on entering the forbidden area that did not deserve a name. Instead, he headed for the Valley of Dead Souls that was a few thousand miles away. Phew! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, the sect of all times did not even enter the Xian class in the upper realm. If they dared to enter the second-class forbidden area, wouldn't it be a little like courting death? Why should they worry about him? The main point was to prevent the third-class forbidden area from being destroyed. Regarding this, the Valley of Dead Souls expressed, "You bastards protected a trashy forbidden area but pushed me into the abyss. If anything happens to me, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Chapter 1478. Valley of Souls. Second-class forbidden area in the upper realm. Warriors who could enter here had to be at least 6th transformation core realm or above. Otherwise, they would be sending themselves to their death. It was said that some of the more dangerous second-class forbidden areas might not be able to survive even if one reached the 9th transformation. It was normal to die there. "Brother," Gu Zhaoxi said, "although there are many treasures in the Valley of Souls, there are also dangers. I'm afraid something will happen if we bring this group of first transformation disciples in." If he went in alone, he would not be worried at all. However, since it was classified as a second-class forbidden area, it meant that low-level warriors could not enter at will. "They won't go in," Jun Changshao said. "Let's go in." After obtaining a lot of resources from the third-class forbidden area, he was quite tempted by the second-class forbidden area. He hoped to obtain more resources from it. Although it was not right to destroy 3 forbidden areas one after another, Go Xing still hoped to obtain more resources in the shortest time possible to strengthen the overall strength of the sect. Therefore, second-class Valley of Souls was a must. If his strength allowed, he did not mind going into the first-class forbidden area again. The system said, according to the levels set by the relevant departments, one must at least have the strength of the truth-seeking realm to survive in the first-class forbidden area. Therefore, the host should focus on the present and stop daydreaming. "It's only the truth-seeking realm," Jun Changshao said. "You can break through after completing 2 epic missions." Do you really think that after Sure Air's mission broke through to the 3rd transformation and Sure Air's mission broke through to the 6th transformation, the subsequent missions will continue to skip levels? The system was speechless. Jun Changshao said, "As long as the completion rate is high enough, you can naturally skip levels." Previously, Sure Air's mission had skipped 3 levels in a row. It was indeed related to the 500% completion rate. If the subsequent missions could maintain this level or reach a new high, it would not be difficult for his realm to rise steadily. But the problem was, whether the completion rate was high depended on the type of mission. No one could say for sure if the subsequent missions would be the same as Sure Air's, allowing disciples to complete the sect missions to crazily hit bugs. Woo woo woo. Woo 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 woo. At the entrance of a valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, a gust of wind blew from the inside. It sounded a bit like the wailing of ghosts. That was right. This was the second-class forbidden area that made low-level warriors tremble in fear. Because the level of danger had increased by 1 level, there were irregular weeds growing at the entrance, indicating that itinerant cultivators rarely gathered here. "Brother." Not long after, Gu Zhaoxi appeared in the camera. He stopped at the entrance of the valley and said, "We're here." It is indeed a little strange. Jun Changshao immediately became vigilant when he felt the evil wind blowing from inside. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others couldn't help but frown. Their intuition told them that if they went in, it would be difficult for them to come out alive. "Wait outside." "Yes." Jun Changshao looked at Gu Zhaoxi and said, "Come, let's go in." The 2 life and death brothers walked into Death Soul Valley under the watchful eyes of Li Qingyang and the others, fully demonstrating what it meant to not seek death would not die. "He's in. The patriarch of the sect of all times has entered." Outside the valley, the itinerant cultivators who had secretly followed them saw Jun Changshao enter, and their eyes were filled with admiration. Previously, they were just casually saying that to make him let go of the nameless forbidden area. In the end, he really entered Death Soul Valley. Heroes come from the young. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Our role model. Woo woo. Woo woo woo. In Death Soul Valley, the cold wind whistled. Just the sound alone was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Jun Changshao and Gu Zhaoxi were skilled and bold. They strode in without any regard for their own family. The environment in the valley was completely different from the outside world. The most obvious difference was that everything within sight was gray. The nearby plants were either withered, as if there was no life at all. There are heavenly treasures here? Jun Changshao questioned. Gu Zhaoxi said, Brother, the worse the environment, the more strange heavenly treasures will grow. For example? I'm not sure either. Didn't the storyteller tell you? That guy isn't omnipotent. Jun Changxiao's interest was piqued. He asked, Brother, who is this storyteller? A friend of mine. Gu Zhaoxi said. He makes a living as a storyteller in various cities. Is he very strong? Very weak. He's only seen a lot of things through his travels. Jun Changxiao responded. However, he thought to himself, can he really be an ordinary person who makes a living as a storyteller if he knows things that ordinary people don't? Do you know where he is? That guy doesn't have a fixed residence. Who knows where he is? If we meet in the future, you must introduce me to him. Sure. The two of them chatted as they walked. It didn't feel like they were trespassing into a forbidden area, but rather an outing. They didn't give any face to the second-class Death Soul Valley. Roar. After walking for about 10 minutes, Jun Changshao and Gu Zhaoxi entered a deeper area. They heard a deafening roar. Then, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared in the darkness. It was like a devil from hell. Scarlet-eyed soul beast. Gu Zhaoxi's eyes turned serious. In his understanding, this was a demonic beast that looked like a wolf. Its adult strength was comparable to a 6th transformation core realm cultivator. Moreover, it liked to live in groups. As long as it appeared, there would be at least a few dozen of them. As expected, after the first pair of scarlet eyes appeared, many more appeared in the dark environment. Roughly counting, there were at least more than 100 of them. Brother! Gu Zhaoxi frowned and said, Let's take a detour. If more than 100 demonic beasts comparable to a 6th transformation core realm cultivator attacked, the impact would definitely be troublesome. Shua! Jun Changshao took out his green dragon crescent blade and said with a burning gaze, The crystal core of a demonic beast of this level should be valuable. How can we take a detour? The corner of Gu Zhaoxi's mouth twitched slightly. This brother is even more ruthless than me when it comes to playing. If it was in the past, Jun Changshao might be afraid. However, after the appearance of the scarlet-eyed soul beast, the system issued a side mission to kill 100 of them. Thus, there was only one word for him to say, do it. Okay. Gu Zhaoxi gathered strength in his fists and said with a heroic spirit, You and I brothers, today we will start a massacre in Death Soul Valley. The camera turned and thousands of scarlet-eyed soul beasts gathered around them. They exploded with a ferocious aura and surrounded Jun Changshao and himself. Brother! Gu Zhaoxi said with a crumbling face, We seem to be in trouble. If there were only 100 of them, he was confident that he could kill them one by one. Now that he was facing thousands of them, there was no lack of beasts comparable to a 7th transformation core realm cultivator. That was really... I was wrong. I shouldn't have come in from the start. Actually, since things had developed to this point, he could only say that he deserved it. After all, he had come here without recognizing his own family. If it was in the real world, he would definitely be tortured until his parents couldn't recognize him. Retreat. Jun Changshao said, Leave this to me. Okay. Gu Zhaoxi quickly retreated. Under the encirclement of thousands of ferocious scarlet-eyed soul beasts, Jun Changshao calmly raised his hand and took out the pocket-sized hard-to-sheath blade. He smiled and said, "It is time to show my true skills. Here it comes." Hard-to-sheath blade was unsealed for the first time in the upper realm. Gu Zhaoxi said with a blank expression, "Fruit knife." Swoosh. Jun Changshao took a step back with his right foot and bent his body slightly. His right hand was in a sword-drawing position. His thumb and index finger were on the hilt as he said, "Bankai." Clang, whoosh whoosh. Violent waves of air burst out in an instant, gathering the power of a tornado. Gu Zhaoxi was pushed back several steps by the air current. Seeing that his brother was completely engulfed by the wind, he was shocked. What is this situation? Bam! Right at this time, the wind stopped abruptly. Jun Changshao's black cloak stood proudly in the middle of the tornado. The two words "Dog God" were faintly engraved on it. The pocket-sized blade in his hand had already turned into a golden threaded blade. There were 9 iron rings on it, emitting a heavy and terrifying aura. Blade, what kind of blade was that? Golden threaded ring blade. Chapter 1479. Jun Changshao was suddenly enveloped by a gust of wind, which shocked Gu Zhaoxi. The little thing in his hand that looked like a fruit knife suddenly turned into a golden ringed sword, which also shocked Gu Zhaoxi. Understood. No wonder brother was still as steady as a rock in the face of thousands of red-eyed soul beasts. He still had a trump card. Tai Mulan took out an iron rod and directly sent Jin Hao, who was at the 9th transformation Dan realm, flying. Now, he took out a heavy sword. Jun Changshao shocked Gu Zhaoxi again and again. Roar! Roar! The red-eyed soul beasts did not sense the danger. They roared at the humans with a ferocious face, carrying a nauseating stench. Today, Jun Changshao held his sword horizontally and said, "I'll use you as a sacrifice to the heavens." Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The pressure that could restrain everything burst out and rushed in all directions. This is, Gu Zhaoxi was shocked, the power of space. Oh my God! This golden ringed sword could release the power of space. It was definitely a divine weapon at the celestial level. If not for the fact that he was in a battle state, Gu Zhaoxi would probably hug Jun Changshao's thigh and say, "Brother, you're my brother." Celestial equipment was the top in the upper realm. It was a divine weapon that martial artists dreamed of. Whoosh whoosh. The binding force roared and pressed down, and the space quickly distorted. Done. Gu Zhaoxi secretly said, "Brother, with this sword in hand, you can definitely do whatever you want in the upper realm." Roar. Roar! The red-eyed soul beasts finally realized the danger and let out strange roars. Then, they dragged their huge bodies and retreated into the depth. Want to run? Jun Changshao said lightly, "Can you make it?" As long as this trump card was used, it would definitely freeze whoever it stared at and become a lamb to be slaughtered. However, just as the binding force pressed down, an accident happened. Because the red-eyed soul beasts that were affected could still escape normally, completely unaffected by the power of space. Ta ta ta. Ta ta ta. Thus, the beasts sped up their escape. Wait a minute. Since the pressure is useless against us, why should we run away like idiots? Caw. A large number of scarlet-eyed spirit beasts came to a sudden stop, and then turned their heads in unison, staring at the human holding the blade, the red light in their eyes becoming more and more intense. Ai. Jun Changshao sighed. "Brother," Gu Zhaoxi asked, "what happened?" Jun Changshao raised his saber, then turned his head sideways and made the pose of a landlady in kung fu. With a whoosh, he slipped away and shouted, "Brother, let's go!" Gu Zhaoxi's expression stiffened. F***ck. Just describing the shock in my heart took up most of the chapter, but in the end, my brother ran away faster than a rabbit. Roar! Roar! At this moment, a large number of red-eyed soul beasts that had been scared away earlier surrounded them. Their eyes were filled with human-like anger. Obviously, they wanted to completely crush the two humans who were playing tricks. Who? All kinds of energy instantly pressed down, scaring Gu Zhaoxi into ignoring his identity and image. He stuck out his tongue like a mad dog and chased after Jun Changshao. Brother! Wait for me! Boom! Boom! There were frequent explosions in the Valley of Souls. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji and the others who were outside heard it, and a disapproving expression appeared on their faces. In their view, as long as the patriarch went in, no matter how fierce the beasts were, they would become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. In fact, Jun Changshao and Gu Zhaoxi, who were in the valley at this moment, were like rats crossing the street. Under the crazy attack of thousands of red-eyed soul beasts, they could only escape in a sorry state, without any demeanor of an expert. The true portrayal of two fists being no match for many fists. Brother, go out. Kill 100 of them first. Because of the side mission, even though there were more and more red-eyed soul beasts, Jun Changshao could only escape while looking for a chance to counterattack. Gu Zhaoxi's heart was crumbling, but since his brother said so, he could only do as he was told. Thus, the two put on a show of counterattack in the valley, maintaining high energy throughout the entire process. It was as if they were walking on a tightrope. Puchi, the third form of the golden threaded ring blade, cut through space, directly cutting and attacking red-eyed soul beast into two. With the increase in numbers, Jun Changshao was also surrounded by dozens of red-eyed soul beasts. In the end, he was sent flying in a frenzy and crashed into the wall with a bang. He and Gu Zhaoxi had no problem fighting against these red-eyed soul beasts alone. But against thousands of them, even if they managed to injure one, they would have to pay a price. Boom! Boom! The commotion in the Valley of Souls was shocking. After contending with dozens of rank 8 red-eyed soul beasts for a while, Gu Zhaoxi was sent flying again. He shouted, "Brother, if this continues, we will be exhausted to death. Let's quickly retreat." Damn it! Jun Changshao used his movement technique to dodge the attacks of several red-eyed soul beasts. Anger rose in his heart. After half an hour, they had only killed a dozen red-eyed soul beasts. If they wanted to complete the mission, they might need a few hours. If this dragged on, they would really die here. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar shook the space and the valley. The red-eyed soul beast king that was originally in the deepest part of the valley walked out, causing its peers to raise their heads and roar. Brother! If we don't retreat now, it will be too late. The huge demon king that appeared had strength comparable to a rank 9 reincarnation core realm. If they were targeted by it, they would definitely die. From this, it could be seen. Second-grade Forbidden Land really could not be casually entered. You go first. Jun Changshao landed on the path back, his gaze solemn. I'll cover you. No. Gu Zhaoxi landed beside him and said, I'll cover you, you go first. The current situation was very bad, but with the spirit of reincarnation, he was not afraid of death. After all, he could be reborn. However, his brother was different. If he died, he would have to sprinkle flowers. For the sake of the subsequent appearance rate, he had to ensure that he did not die. This is my order, Jun Changshao said in a deep voice. The two of them usually called each other brother. Now, Jun Changshao wanted to exercise his rights as a patriarch. Because the other party had died for him once, how could he let his brother die for him again in this life? I, Jun Changshao, can be slandered, can be overinterpreted, but when it comes to major matters, I will never lose my way. Because this was the principle. Kid. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ear. You have touched me. Great sage. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, rolling lava seemed to appear around Jun Changshao's body and quickly condensed into a solid armor. Shwa. With a light wave of his right hand, the flames gathered into a cloak. This, witnessing his brother's lava armor and robe, Gu Zhaoxi's eyes widened. Pa! Jun Changshao placed one hand beside his ear and slowly separated it. The Rui Jingu Bang that was fully activated appeared, and he said coldly, "I will send you all to see Old Man Tathagata." Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The brilliance was boundless, and the raging flames overflowed to the heavens. Ding. Killed 21100 Scarlet-Eyed Soul Beast. Ding. Killed 22100 Scarlet-Eyed Soul Beast. Ding. Killed 100100 Scarlet-Eyed Soul Beast. Swish. In the outside world, a ray of light appeared out of thin air, like a peacock spreading its tail. Boom 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 boom. The earth suddenly shook. Li Qingyang and the others stabilized their bodies with difficulty, and they were shocked in their hearts. What happened inside? After a while, the light that shot into the sky dissipated, and the sky returned to normal. Inside the Death Valley, the originally gloomy environment was dispelled, and rays of sunlight entered, filling the originally lifeless forbidden area with light. Putong. Gu Zhaoxi fell to the ground, and his expression was extremely wonderful. Within his field of vision, thousands of scarlet-eyed soul beasts disappeared, and the scattered crystal cores emitted a colorful light under the sunlight. Dead. With a swing of the rod, they were all dead. Gulp. Gu Zhaoxi swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and raised his head to look at Jun Changshao, who was standing proudly in front of him, and howled in his heart. Is he a god or an immortal, a demon or a demon? Chapter 1480. Thousands of scarlet-eyed soul beasts were all wiped out, and even the demon king was not spared. The scene was too shocking. Gu Zhaoxi was stunned. Even someone at the peak of the core transformation realm couldn't do this. Could it be that the strength of his brother, who was wearing the battle armor and cloak, had already reached the level of the truth-seeking realm? Unbelievable! Too unbelievable! Whoosh whoosh! The lava-like battle armor dissipated, and Jun Changshao gradually returned to his original state. Seeing the crystal cores scattered all over the ground and recalling the explosive power that enveloped his body, his eyes were filled with disbelief. It was not that the special effect of the great sage Set had not been used before, but why was it so powerful this time? It was so powerful that it was terrifying. Moreover, unlike before, after the special effect was activated, Monkey King did not appear. Instead, he transformed himself and killed all the demon beasts with thunderous means. Because, the system said, you have obtained the approval of the great sage. At that moment the great sage was you, and you were the great sage. Is that so? Jun Changshao expressed his doubts. Brother. Gu Zhaoxi got up and walked over, circling around him, and said, You were too awesome just now. My admiration for you is like a torrential river. Stop flattering me, hurry up and pick up the crystal cores. Okay. Gu Zhaoxi turned into a tool and collected the crystal cores scattered on the ground into his space ring. Especially when he recalled the scene from before, he was still greatly shocked. With such a powerful brother, would he be afraid of not being able to survive in the upper realm in the future? His desire to court death became stronger and stronger. Let's go. Let's go back. After collecting the crystal cores, Jun Changshao got up and walked out of the valley. Gu Zhaoxi asked with a puzzled expression, Brother, aren't we going deeper to look for treasures? Since the Scarlet-Eyed Soul Beast and the Scarlet-Eyed Soul Beast King had been wiped out, there should be no danger in this second-class forbidden area. They could completely obtain resources without restraint. I'm tired, Jun Changshao said. Gu Zhaoxi understood. Brother's attack just now must have consumed a lot of energy. Since that was the case, it was better to leave. Therefore, the two of them walked back the way they came and exited the Valley of the Lost Spirit. When Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji saw that the patriarch and martial uncle had returned safely, they heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they asked why there had been such a huge commotion just now. Jun Changshao didn't explain and took them back to the Sect. He's out. He looks fine. Just now, the earth trembled and the light soared into the sky. What was that? The martial artists who were hiding in the dark started to discuss. Because their levels were too low, they did not dare to enter the Death Soul Valley to investigate. On the way back to the Sect of all times, Gu Zhaoxi vividly described how Jun Changshao killed thousands of demon beasts. Perhaps because he had a storyteller friend, his tone and expression were quite exaggerated. Oh! Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji gave flat responses. Gu Zhaoxi collapsed. Although this brother's feat just now could not be completely described with words, what he said was not too bad. Can you at least show a shocked expression? In fact, this kind of thing Jun Changshao did was simply too normal for the disciples. After all, he had killed tens of thousands of martial artists with a watermelon knife alone. Brother! I admire you so much. On the way, Gu Zhaoxi was afraid of flattering him whenever he had the chance. Obviously, he had turned into a little fanboy. Jun Changshao was lost in thought. This time, he realized a problem. The third form of the hard-to-keep blade was no longer suitable for the current environment. Therefore, it was necessary to upgrade it with the modification stone. It's a pity that I lost a few opening talismans. Recycling Pavilion. That's true. Jun Changshao opened the recycling pavilion. At present, he still had 2 third-form opening talismans. Since the hard-to-keep blade could not keep up with the times, it was obviously more cost-effective to exchange the former for contribution points. Damn. The recycling price is only 10,000. Jun Changshao collapsed. He remembered that the second form opening talisman seemed to be the same price. It's better than nothing, right? Although very unwilling, Jun Changshao still exchanged the 2 third form opening talismans. Ding. Sect contribution points, 220,000. Transforming into a great sage and killing the scarlet-eyed soul beast, the side mission was successfully completed. The reward was 200,000 contribution points and 2 experience talismans. Then there was no then. The system said, "Isn't it getting better slowly?" "Better my ass." Jun Changshao roared. How can 200,000 be compared to the millions lost? On the surface, he was bickering with the system. In fact, his soul had already entered the space ring and took the modification stone. Since the third form of the hard-to-keep blade could not keep up with the times, he could only upgrade it to the 4th form. Phew! The modification stone melted. Phew! The hard-to-keep blade was upgraded to the 4th form. The upgrade process was not exaggerated at all. Quick, praise me. Because there was no 4th form opening talisman, Jun Changshao could not test its power for the time being. After being out for a long time, Jun Changshao missed every disciple and every upper echelon of the sect very much. Thus, he gave up on continuing to wreak havoc in the Forbidden Land and focused on his journey. However, a few days later, the upper realm was in an uproar again. Because one after another, high-level reincarnation core experts entered Death Soul Valley and found that the dark environment had been replaced by light. The scarlet-eyed soul beasts were all gone. Later, the relevant departments sent people to investigate. After careful comparison and analysis, they officially announced that this place would be downgraded from 2nd class to 3rd class Forbidden Land. Downgraded? What's going on? I heard that the scarlet-eyed soul beast is gone, so the danger level has greatly decreased. Damn, this is a good thing. For a time, a large number of void-piercing realm and initial stage reincarnation core realm rogue cultivators gathered in Death Soul Valley. The grass at the entrance had long been trampled flat. It was rare to see a 2nd class Forbidden Land being downgraded. Because there were many rich resources inside, the early stage cultivators all benefited. The resources they received were even higher than the 3rd class Forbidden Land. Jun Patriarch is a good person. Many rogue cultivators could roughly guess that the downgrading of the Death Soul Valley was definitely related to Jun Changshao. Thus, they were filled with gratitude towards him. Although Ironwood Forest, Fire Cloud Cliff, and Water Fairy Lake were destroyed and reduced to ordinary places, a second-class Forbidden Land was downgraded to a third-class Forbidden Land. It brought many benefits to low-level cultivators, so it could be considered a gain. However, Death Soul Valley became a third-class Forbidden Land and soon brought about a bloody storm. Because the danger level was lowered, a large number of martial cultivators entered. The chances of fighting over opportunities and conflicts increased. For a long time, several groups of people would be seen fighting inside and outside the valley. Death became a common occurrence. Jun Changshao had brought opportunities to all kinds of cultivators, but he had also opened the door to hell. However, it had nothing to do with him. After all, in the cruel martial world, it was normal for people to die for wealth and birds to die for food, unless there were no more forbidden lands in the world that attracted greed. Sect of all times. Jun Changshao, Gu Zhaoxi, and the others returned. However, just as he sat in the study and was about to take a bath, Rose of Flowers walked in and said, "Half a month ago, someone sent a brocade box." Brocade box? Jun Changshao was confused. Rose of Flowers placed the exquisite box on the table. He opened it carefully and found a human head inside. Thus he blurted out, "Golden hair?" Chapter 1481. Jun Changshao was a little annoyed that Tai Mulan didn't kill Jin Hao. After all, Tai Mulan knew about Gu Zhaoxi's identity. If the Jia Hall knew about it, it would be very troublesome. However, what he didn't expect was that someone sent a brocade box with that guy's head in it. Who killed him? Why did he send it to me? Jin Hao's death didn't make Jun Changshao happy. Instead, he became vigilant because he smelled a conspiracy. "Husband," Rose of Flowers asked, "do you know this person?" Jun Changshao nodded. "Friend." "Enemy." Rose of Flowers was stunned and said, "The enemy's head was sent to the sect. Could the murderer be your friend?" "I'm afraid he'll be framed," Jun Changshao said. Jin Hao represented the Jia Hall. If the other party knew about this, he might think that he was the murderer and then take the opportunity to attack the sect. Who sent the brocade box? Half a month ago, Du Nan went down the mountain to clean the passage as usual and found it by accident. Half a month ago? Jun Changshao held his chin and said, according to the time, he should have just fought with Jin Hao. Could it be that this guy was killed after he escaped? Sun Bukong, he shouted, come and examine the body. The dead couldn't talk, but the murderer might leave some clues. Patriarch. After a serious and professional examination, Sun Bukong said firmly, the head was cut off by a sharp weapon. Jun Changshao wanted to kick him in the face. After a long examination, he gave a result that anyone could see. Had he learned medicine all these years in vain? However, Sun Bukong said again, the cause of death was not cut off, but he stopped breathing at the beginning. Go on. Sun Bukong said, the muscles on this person's face were frozen. From his expression, he seemed to be in disbelief. I guess it might be an acquaintance who committed the crime. This clue was okay. An acquaintance? Jun Changshao stroked his chin and said, could it be the Boundary Hall? He did not know much about Jin Hao. He only knew that Jin Hao worked in the Jia Hall. If it was someone he knew who committed the crime, he would have thought of this organization immediately. Hall Masterly. Jun Changshao ordered, gather all the information on this person as soon as possible. The reason why Go Xing wanted to investigate was not to investigate the case, nor was it to seek justice for Jin Hao. Instead, it was to determine who the murderer was and what the sect of all times was up to. Dragon's Pine Peak. After taking a shower, Yi Xingqian wiped his hair with a towel and hummed a tune as he walked into the room. Night Emperor had changed. She actually hummed secretly when no one was around. As soon as he entered the room, Yi Xingqian's expression became sluggish because there was an exquisite brocade box on the tea table. Where did this box come from? He walked over and casually opened it. Swish! In an instant, a golden light flashed from the inside, illuminating the entire room. It was so bright that Anyo almost couldn't open his eyes. Jun Changshao sat in the study, still thinking about the issue of Jin Hao's severed head. Rose of Flowers sat beside him and was also thinking. The two of them had the same expression when they were silent. They were becoming more and more like a family. "Husband, are you worried that the murderer sent the severed head to frame the sect of all times?" "That's right. If that's the case, why put it in the box? Wouldn't it be fine to just throw the corpse at the foot of the mountain?" In Rose of Flowers' opinion, if the murderer really wanted to frame them, sending the severed head secretly was unnecessary. Moreover, half a month had passed since then. If there was a conspiracy, the Jia Hall would have acted long ago. Yes. Jun Changshao was puzzled. "It's very strange," Rose of Flowers said. "In my opinion, the murderer didn't send the enemy's severed head to frame us, but Patriarch." Suddenly, Li Qingyang's voice came from Dragon's Pine Peak. "Come and see." Jun Changshao hurriedly released his thoughts and found that Yi Xingqian's room was flashing with golden light. He hurriedly flew over and broke the door open. He saw a brocade box on the tea table with a golden armor inside. "This is," Gu Zhaoxi, who had rushed over, was stunned. "Golden Glory armor." Jun Changshao frowned. He was familiar with this item. It was the armor worn by Jin Hao. But why would it appear in the disciples' room? The brocade box containing the severed head was exactly the same. "Anyo, what's going on?" Yi Xingqian was dumbfounded. Even before Jun Changshao asked, he was still guessing. Could it be that the Patriarch had given him equipment because of his recent good performance? It should be the same person who sent the severed head. Rose of Flowers made this judgment based on the design and workmanship of the brocade box. This sentence made Jun Changshao frown even more, because this meant that someone could bypass the Great Protective Array and enter. "Husband," Rose of Flowers said, "first they sent the enemy's severed head, and then they sent an extraordinary armor. It seems to confirm my guess just now. The other party did not frame us." "That may not be so," Jun Changshao said cautiously. "The Golden Glory armor belongs to Golden Hair. Now that it has been sent along with the severed head, doesn't it prove that the Sect of all times is the murderer?" "That's true." Rose of Flowers fell into deep thought. Jin Hao's severed head and armor appeared in the Sect of all times. This made Jun Changshao irritated, because he was worried that they would deliberately frame him and be targeted by the Jia Hall. Moreover, the Great Protective Array that he trusted so much actually did not work. In fact, the Jia Hall had been quite depressed recently, because there was no news of Jin Hao, who was in charge of hunting down Gu Zhaoxi. It was as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. Everyone. On a certain day, Empress Ling Yao walked in from outside and said, "There's something I need to report." "What is it?" A few of the higher-ups said calmly. Although this woman held a position in the Jia Hall, she was not liked by the big shots. Empress Ling Yao said, "According to the investigation, the demon king of the demonic fog forest, suddenly unsealed, was secretly done by Jin Hao." "What?" A few of the higher-ups were surprised. They had heard of the demonic fog forest incident, but because it was taken down by the Sect of all times, they did not investigate in detail. "Not long ago," Empress Ling Yao continued, "the demon king of the ironwood forest unsealed was also done by this person." The few elders fell silent, anger flashing in their eyes. Many third-class forbidden grounds had demon kings sealed, and the people who sealed them were from the Jia Hall. Their purpose was to provide a safer place for low-level martial artists to train. In the end, one of their own had been unsealed consecutively. "Wasn't that breaking the law knowingly?" Empress Ling Yao said. "When Jin Hao unsealed the array that sealed the Demon King, the Patriarch of the Sect of all times and his disciples were training there. Obviously, he wants to kill with a borrowed knife." The higher-ups fell silent. Jin Hao had been injured by Jun Changshao for 2 years to recuperate. Did he break the law knowingly out of spite? If the world knew that the demon king of the Forbidden Grounds was released by the Jia Hall, what would they think? If the patriarch of the sect of all times was in danger, would Senior Tonggu just sit by and do nothing? Empress Lingyao said. The higher-ups frowned. Has Jin Hao's brain been kicked by a donkey? How dare he undo the demon king's seal without permission? Hurry up and summon him back. He must be punished severely. There's been no news of this kid. Could it be that he knew he was exposed and ran away in advance? Empress Ling Yao added, the way I see it, Jin Hao is not only targeting Jun Changshao, but also pitting the Jia Hall against Senior Tonggu. Jun Changshao couldn't be sure if someone was trying to frame him, but from the looks of it, the golden retriever had been framed. It could be said that he was dead and had to take the blame. Chapter 1482. The Drizzle Court began to investigate Jin Hao thoroughly. However, information about this person was harder to find than Empress Lingyao. After half a month, they still could not find any valuable clues. Readers with God's perspective knew that Jin Hao was actually a spy. Such a person must have kept a tight lid on the information on the surface. Otherwise, he would have been found out by the Jia Hall. Patriarch. Li Luoqiu said helplessly, still no news. Ever since she came to the upper realm, although she worked hard to develop intelligence, she did not feel like a fish in water in the falling star continent because of the different environment. There were too many restrictions. No rush. Jun Changshao said, investigate slowly. It had been a month since the brocade box was sent, but the Jia Hall had not made any moves. This made him waver, wondering if the person who sent Jin Hao's head was trying to frame him or had other intentions. He could not figure it out and was confused. Phew! Jun Changshao stood up and went to the back of the mountain. There were unusual changes here because there were a few more scenic spots. Some were planted with iron trees and some were formed by lake. Although Goshing had destroyed a few third-class forbidden areas, he had moved all the specialties inside to the Sect of all times, especially the water from the Water Fairy Lake, which had the effect of strengthening meridians and muscles, whitening and beautifying. Could be drunk all year round. I can't rely too much on the martial arts facilities in the mall. If I lack anything, I can find it in the upper realm and enrich the cultivation environment of the disciples, Jun Changshao said to himself. The next day, Li Luoqiu sent a piece of information. The Jia Hall had sent Empress Lingyao and Jin Hao to hunt down Gu Zhaoxi. Jun Changshao fell into a short silence when he heard about it. One of his biggest problems was dead, but there was still another. He had to be careful. Moreover, that woman had captured Gu Zhaoxi before but let him go. In the end, she even let him enter the Sect of all times. There must be an ulterior motive. Sigh. Jun Changshao rubbed his temples and said, I prefer enemies who fight fair and square. I don't like enemies who scheme and scheme. Patriarch. Yi Xingqian walked into the main hall. Wearing the gold glorious battle armor, this guy looked extraordinarily valiant. At first, Jun Changshao wanted to wear it himself, but he remembered that he still had the Great Sage set, so he gave it to Anyo. Now that he wore it, it matched his temperament quite well. How do you feel? Not bad. Yi Xingqian's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. The special effect of his text could activate the unparalleled armor, but it was limited by his level, and it was certainly not as tough as the gold glorious armor in terms of hardness. Here. Jun Changshao waved his hand and tossed the glorious gold holy spear over. This weapon is yours. Thank you, Patriarch. After Yi Xingqian received it, the battle intent in his eyes became even more intense. He wanted nothing more than to fly out of the palace and stab a hole in the sky. That woman seems to have some kind of plan. You have to cultivate diligently as well, Jun Changshao said. The fighting spirit in Yi Xingqian's eyes turned into killing intent. That woman. Obviously, he was referring to Empress Lingyao. Anyo came to the upper realm with only one mission, and that was to kill her with his own hands to avenge the assassination that year. Yi Xingchen said, Patriarch, I'm going to cultivate now. Improve and become stronger. This was the most important thing to do now. Go. Jun Changshao waved and said, Clan leaderly, keep an eye on the realm hall and see if there's any movement. Yes. Li Luoqiu left and began to make arrangements. However, another month passed peacefully, and the news they received was that the realm hall did not make any follow-up moves. That's strange. Jun Changshao was puzzled. Rose of Flowers said, There's only one possibility if there's no movement after he's been dead for so long. The realm hall doesn't know that Jin Hao was killed. So the person who sent the severed head didn't deliberately frame us? Could it be that they're telling us that we're on the same side, or are they deliberately trying to be friendly? I hope so. Jun Changshao hoped that the other party was trying to be friendly, or at least there wouldn't be any conspiracy. Ha! Ha 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 ha! At this moment, laughter came from outside the hall, and an old Taishan man walked in excitedly. Your wife is going to give birth? Jun Changshao asked. Get lost. The old Taishan man rolled his eyes at him, unable to suppress his excitement, and said, Under my unremitting efforts, Bamboo Mountain No. 1 has finally made substantial progress. Is that so? Jun Changshao's interest was immediately piqued. Formation Hall, Martial Arts Arena. Jun Changshao, Rose of Flowers, and other higher-ups arrived one after another. The old Taishan man stood proudly in the center area with his head held high. After seeing that they had all arrived, he took out Bamboo Mountain No. 1. During this time, he, Elder Zhen, and Shangguan Xinyao had been studying formations and mech. After countless experiments, they finally found the best way to save energy and reduce emissions. There aren't any changes? Jun Changshao observed carefully for a while and realized that Bamboo Mountain No. 1 was similar to before. The only difference was that the formations on it were more complicated and mysterious. Don't be anxious. The old Taishan man smiled and said, I'll let you broaden your horizons later. Lass, activate it. N. Shangguan Xinyao walked over, jumped onto Bamboo Mountain No. 1, and entered the cockpit. After some simple calibration, she placed her hands on the formations on both sides of the formation. Buzz buzz. The lines on the bamboo armor were activated in an instant, flashing with a bright luster. Ka-ka-ka. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. Bamboo Mountain No. 1, which looked like it was made of rotten wood, suddenly came to life. Then, under the control of Shangguan Xinyao, it cupped its fist. Kid. The old Taishan man said proudly, Find a rank 1 to spar with. This thing can fight against a rank 1? Jun Changshao was a little surprised, but he still called his second disciple over. Junior sister. Li Qingyang walked to the training field, cupped his fists and said, Please. Who? Suddenly, Bamboo Mountain No. 1 rushed over while sticking close to the ground. Its clumsy huge fist carried a cold wind. Boom. Li Qingyang crossed his hands to receive it, but because the force was too strong, he took a few steps back before he managed to stabilize himself. His eyes were filled with surprise. Ding Xingwang and the rest were dumbfounded. This strange thing made of bamboo and formations did not release a strong aura, and one could not see its realm, but it could actually send a genuine rank 1 reincarnation realm retreating with one punch. Amazing! Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. In his memory, when Bamboo Mountain No. 1 first appeared, it only sent hundreds of middle and upper void-piercing realms flying. Now, it could actually fight against a rank 1 reincarnation realm. This modification was really groundbreaking. Junior sister. Li Qingyang said, I'm going to get serious. Swoosh. After saying that, he rushed over with a mysterious footwork. The power gathered in his fist was also increasing. However, just as he made his move, Bamboo Mountain No. 1 flew up with a whoosh. The bamboo armor in front of its chest opened, and dozens of light beams shot out in midair. Boom boom boom. Boom 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 boom. The light beams were formed by an offensive formation. Its power was really impressive, and it instantly blasted the training field into an unbearable sight. Although Li Qingyang dodged, when he saw the tragic state of the training field, he immediately clutched his chest and half squatted on the ground, as if he had lost the ability to fight. In this battle, Shangguan Xinyao directly KO'd second senior brother. The reason was that the training field suffered a blow to the opponent's spirit. Chapter 1483. Due to the destruction of the training field, Li Qingyang was not in the mood to fight, so this informal sparring session ended with Shangguan Xinyao's victory. After a short exchange, the improved Bamboo Mountain No. 1 not only displayed strong combat power, but it could also fly, which deeply shocked Ding Xingwang and the rest. It was just a pile of bamboo wood, did it have to be so awesome? Moreover, the one controlling the bamboo armor was Shangguan Xinyao. This woman was very strong in the research of martial arts and formations, but her martial arts cultivation was ordinary. Now that she could use Bamboo Mountain No. 1 to spar with a revolving core cultivator, it refreshed everyone's understanding of martial arts. "Kid," the Taishan elder said proudly, "how is it? How's the control on energy consumption?" There was no doubt that Bamboo Mountain No. 1 was an epic-making product in the martial arts world, but its biggest weakness was that it consumed a lot of fuel. It was simply burning money in the process of using it. If we use magnetite as the unit of energy and maintain the combat power just now, the consumption for an hour is about 10,000, the Taishan elder said. Jun Changshao was speechless. 10,000 for 1, 100,000 for 10, 100,000 for 100,000. If he wanted to popularize this in the sect and equip everyone with a revolving core mech, he would not be able to afford it. The system said, to equip every disciple with a Gundam, this idea is a bit hardcore. What else? The sect of all times had only been in the upper realm for a few years. Even if they used cheats, it would be difficult for them to surpass thousands of years of power, so Jun Changshao could only take an unconventional approach. If Bamboo Mountain No. 1 could be mass-produced, even if its strength was only at the first transition level, it could still bring about a qualitative change to the sect. After all, 100,000 disciples, 100,000 for 100,000. Just thinking about it was beautiful. The system complained, without achieving the void-piercing realm for the entire sect, you want to achieve the revolving core realm for the entire sect. Aren't you afraid that if you take too big a step, you'll end up with something? Can you still reduce the energy consumption? Yes. Jun Changshao was overjoyed. But, the Taishan elder said, low energy consumption will reduce the combat power. Because it involved the core technology of the mech, research on Bamboo Mountain No. 1 was not revealed. In short, having the combat power of a first transition was already the best plan with their current strength. Low energy consumption? Yes. High energy consumption? Yes. But the price was either sacrificing combat power or magnetite consumption. All right. Jun Changshao accepted that the Bamboo Mountain No. 1 possessed the strength of a first transition and that it would consume 10,000 magnetite per second. He asked, can it be mass-produced? How much? 100,000 units. The Taishan old man almost fell over. Zhendejuan broke down and said, Patriarch, there are tens of thousands of formations on Bamboo Mountain No. 1. Just improving them took us more than 2 years. Scientific research, of course it takes time. Jun Changshao said, however, if we master the core technology, we should be able to mass-produce it. It's easy for you to say that. The Taishan elder rolled his eyes at him and said, let's not talk about whether we can make 100,000 units. We can't even supply the materials. Speaking of materials, Jun Changshao thought of something and asked, Shurzuan, can ironwood be used to make mecha? Not only that, but the effect should be very good, the Taishan elder said. It just so happens that I brought back quite a lot from my previous trip. How much is quite a lot? Go to the back of the mountain and see for yourself. The Taishan elder went to the back of the mountain with doubts. When he saw the trees that were as hard as iron, the corner of his mouth twitched and said, "Could it be that this kid brought back the ironwood forest? How many bamboo mountain number 1 can be made from these ironwood? About 500 units. Then I'll have to trouble Sherzuan to make them as soon as possible. At least 5 years. No way? Only 50 units a year? Modeling, assembling, outlining the formation, all of these take time. It's not a big problem. Sherzuan can go to the space-time secret realm." The Taishan elder was arranged to work. However, when he returned to the formation hall, he counted with his fingers and said, 500 units for 5 years, 50 units a year? The next day, the formation hall began to get busy. Jun Changshao took out the mecha paper that he sketched overnight and said, "Sherzuan, can you make it like this?" The Taishan elder's bamboo mountain number 1 was too low class. He planned to make some changes to its appearance. At least it would look very intimidating at first glance. Go Xing's design had a Gundam flavor, but the overall structure was different. Especially with the dragon on the left and the clouds on the right, it fully displayed the Chinese culture. "No," the Taishan elder said, "it's too ugly." This design could not be said to be ugly. It was mainly the combination of ancient style and technology that made it difficult for an old-fashioned person like him to accept. This matter does not need to be discussed. Listen to me, Jun Changshao said seriously. Although the Taishan elder was unwilling, he still went to the casting hall and placed the fancy design on the table. He said, "Hall Master Fan, the parts of bamboo mountain number 1 will be handed to your casting hall. You can even outsource? No problem." Fan Yezi was idle, so he took a large number of ironwood from the back of the mountain and began to make according to the specifications on the design. It had to be said that he, who was proficient in casting, was also a top master carpenter. The parts he made were all the same size and shape. He was like a walking engraving machine. The parts of bamboo mountain number 1 were easy to make. The difficult part was the formation after assembly because every detail had to be perfect. Otherwise, a small accident would cause all the previous efforts to be wasted. The members of the formation hall were lined up neatly in the space-time secret realm. They held engraving pens and engraved lines on the parts, just like workers working overtime on an assembly line. When Jun Changshao came to inspect, he could not help but sigh. It would be even better if there were mass-produced machines. "Use the shop," the system said. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes. He only had 200,000 contribution points, which made him a little nervous. Under the time acceleration, 10 bamboo mountain number 1s were made in just a few days. Because the material was ironwood, it was pitch black. Because of the change in style, it looked very intimidating. "Master," Jun Changshao said, "the name is too old-fashioned. Why don't we change it?" "Change what?" "Diablo 2. Dark, the color of the mech. Diablo represented power and destruction. As for the word 2, it was an improved version of the second generation." Jun Changshao had never thought that he had a talent for naming things, so he gave himself a thumbs up in his heart. Old man Taishan had intended to refuse, but Lin Fan was the sect master, and he had to listen to him. Old man Taishan was speechless and could only compromise. "Diablo it is then." At this point, Bamboo Mountain number 1 was officially renamed to Diablo. Whether there would be a third or fourth generation would depend on whether the formation hall continued to improve. "We have absolute core technology and intellectual property right." Jun Changshao touched his chin and said, "When the second generation mech is about to be obsolete, we can sell it and really benefit the people." The system was speechless. When the upper realm martial artists go out to greet them, the style will change from fantasy to science fiction. Chapter 1484. The production of the Diablo mecha was in full swing. The disciples weren't slacking off either. As usual, they were cultivating and doing sect missions. Who should I give these mechas to? Jun Changshao started to consider. Li Qingyang and the other core disciples were all at the first transition. It would be useless to give them the mechas. Hence, he had to choose someone else. Patriarch Schwerengrey said, "My battle cavalry hall needs these mechas." Humph. The Purple King said indifferently, "Does my spirit beast hall not need them?" Hall Master Z. Schwerengrey was speechless. "Are you planning to let the demonic beasts operate such high-tech equipment?" "Why?" The Purple King stood up and said, "Are you looking down on the beasts?" As the two hall masters of the sect of all times, they had to fight for something good. After all, there were too few Diablo mechas. If they didn't fight for them, there wouldn't be any left. "I'm not looking down on you," Schwerengrey said. "Our battle cavalry hall is obviously more suitable." Bullsh *T. The Purple King said, "My spirit beast hall members have been cultivating for years. Their intelligence isn't any worse than your battle cavalry hall." Hall Master Z, you dropped your money. There. Z lowered his head and searched for a long time. After confirming that there was no money, he said angrily, "You cheated me." Patriarch Schwerengrey cupped his hands and said, "With your intelligence, I can guarantee that the mechas given to the Spirit Beast Hall will be useless in a few days." The Purple King was ready to take off his clothes and fight. His intelligence might not be able to keep up, but his strength could still beat the other party. Jun Changshao took a sip of tea and said indifferently, "How about this? Each of you will have 5 mechas. Whoever can operate the mechas better will have them." Since both halls wanted the mechas, he could only prove it with his ability. "Sure," Schwerengrey and the Purple King said in unison. On the same day, both halls received 5 Diablo second-generation mechas each. The Array Hall also sent professionals to guide them on how to use the internal arrays to activate, attack, defend, and fly. War Cavalry Hall. Zhong-Yi listened carefully and got into the cockpit. He placed his hands on the array and successfully activated it. "Hall Master." He smiled and said, "It's simple." It was very easy for the War Cavalry Hall, but it was a nightmare for the Spirit Beast Hall. The Purple King, Elder Nyo, and the others were taking notes on their notebooks. They scratched their ears and cheeks and said, "Say it again. I didn't hear it clearly." The disciple who was sent to explain the situation was depressed. "I've repeated my words countless times. It's not that you didn't hear it clearly, it's that you didn't understand it at all." They were good at playing with strength. They really couldn't compete with intelligence. This was especially true for a mecha like this, which required one to be proficient in controlling the various driving devices. "It's too hard." After learning for a day, the members of the Spirit Beast Hall decided to give up completely. In the end, they handed over the 5 Diablo machines to the War Cavalry Hall and squatted on the mountain peak, watching the others fight and fly around. Their eyes were filled with envy and hatred. Shush. In a gloomy mountain forest, dozens of martial artists were walking quickly. From their movement techniques and the distance they maintained, it was obvious that they had received professional training. "Boss!" After a short while, the martial artist at the front stopped and said, "This should be the gathering place of the spirit firewolves." A middle-aged man with a 28 hairstyle smiled and said, "Once we get rid of them all, we can earn a huge sum of money again." This person's strength was at the upper level of the void-piercing realm. The 20 to 30 subordinates around him were also at the lower or middle level. They belonged to an organization similar to a mercenary group and earned martial arts resources by hunting all year round. Awoo! At this moment, wolf howls came from the depths of the mountain forest. "Boss, we've been discovered," that subordinate said. "Brothers." The middle-aged leader took out his weapon and said excitedly, "Let's prepare for a big fight." Clang, clang, clang. His subordinates took out their weapons of various shapes and colors. Their strength gradually gathered, and their eyes flashed with intense battle intent. Awoo! Awoo! The wolf howls were getting closer. Ta, ta, ta. After a short while, fiery demonic beasts emerged from the depths of the mountain forest. The number gradually increased from more than 10 to more than 100. Boss, there are too many of them. The dozens of subordinates were originally quite excited, but when they saw that the number of spirit firewolves had reached more than 100 and was still rising, they were instantly stunned. Damn it! The middle-aged leader shouted, "Retreat!" With their strength, dealing with dozens of them was no problem, but facing so many of them, they would definitely be eaten until not even their bones were left. Swoosh! Swoosh! In an instant, dozens of martial artists fled toward the periphery of the mountain forest. After running for a short while, they saw 3 young men in black robes walking over while talking and laughing. F***ck. Didn't they hear such a huge commotion inside? Senior brother, are they running away? They look so funny. Isn't it just a group of spirit fire wolves? Hearing them talking about him, the middle-aged leader was so angry that he almost vomited blood. However, he sneered in his heart. Since you guys dared to come in, you can buy us some time. Brothers! Run toward them! Yes! Swoosh! 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 Everyone ran over, obviously planning to lure the spirit fire wolves in front of them to buy time for themselves to escape. Huff, huff! Huff, huff, huff! Dozens of martial artists went around the 3 black-robed martial artists who were talking and laughing. When they brushed past each other, they didn't forget to say in their hearts, "Idiots! Senior brother, the spirit fire wolves are coming for us." When a group of itinerant martial artists ran past them, the ferocious spirit fire wolves that were charging over locked their gazes on them. "Then we'll finish them all off." When the leader heard that, he almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You guys look like void-piercing realm martial artists. If you can finish off more than 100 spirit firewolves, I'll do a handstand." "Boss, look." At that moment, his subordinate interrupted his thoughts, so he hurriedly released his spiritual perception to look. He saw the 3 young men taking off their black robes in unison, revealing strange clothes. The word "Ancient" was engraved on their chests, and the waist tag with War Cavalry Hall was hung on their waist. Sect of all times? They're from the Sect of all times. While everyone was exclaiming, the 3 young men waved their hands, and 3 Diablo appeared in front of them. Then, they jumped into the cockpit, calibrated the various instruments, and placed their hands on the array drive. The eyes of the mecha, which looked like a pile of iron blocks, flashed red. Then, they raised their hands and took out the sharp swords on their backs, putting on a super battle stance. What's this? The middle-aged leader and his subordinates were all dumbfounded. It didn't matter what it was. What was important was that when the members of the Sect of all times activated the mecha, a cruel massacre immediately took place. Huff! Huff! The swords flashed and the wind blew. Poochie! Poochie! In an instant, blood bloomed in the light, and broken limbs flew in the wind. Clang! After a while, the 3 Diablos slowly sheathed the huge swords engraved with the word "Fan" on their backs. They stood proudly in 3 areas, surrounded by the corpses of the spirit fire wolves and the fire element crystal cores scattered all over the ground. The middle-aged leader's legs trembled as he sat down, and he screamed in his heart, "Who can tell me what kind of monster is this?" Swoosh! The 3 Sect of all times disciples jumped out of the cockpit and skillfully cleaned the battlefield. The crystal cores, skin, and bones were all taken away. Just as they were done, someone received a voice transmission and said, "A junior brother is in trouble while doing a Sect mission. He wants us to go and help him quickly." "Let's go." The 3 of them jumped into the cockpit again and activated the flight program. The 2 aircraft-like things on the back of the mecha opened up, and then they shot into the sky. The middle-aged leader who saw this forced a smile on his face. "Ha ha! I must have seen a ghost." The martial artists near the ancient immortal mountain were all going crazy. This was because when they were training outside, they often saw the Sect of all times disciples driving strange black things in the forest or in the sky. The most frightening thing was, when they attacked, their strength was comparable to a first transformation core realm cultivator. In a certain forbidden area that didn't deserve a name, all the itinerant martial artists stood outside with faces of despair. Why didn't they go in? It was because a few minutes ago, 10 Sect of all times disciples entered the forbidden area with their black monsters. It was over. Something was going to happen in this forbidden area. Chapter 1485. The appearance of the Diablo could allow low-level disciples to instantly possess the strength of a transformation core realm. However, this could not be just for show. Jun Changshao needed to turn them into helpers so that they could play a role in various aspects, such as completing Sect missions or going to the Forbidden Lands to obtain resources. The effect was not bad. In just a few days, with the intervention of the mechs, the disciples' efficiency in completing missions was significantly faster than before. They also obtained a lot of treasures. If they were to be converted, the profit was obviously more than the consumption of magnetite. Moreover, the branch of the ancient elixir pharmacy was still operating. The rate of obtaining magnetite was very high and it could withstand the consumption. Comfortable. Jun Changshao, who was sitting in the study, sipped his tea happily. The industry was gradually on the right track. Second-generation mechs were gradually allocated to the disciples. In the future, the speed and means of obtaining martial arts resources would be more abundant. However, Go Xing felt that it was a pity that the disciples' advancement in the realm was a little slow. This was slow. It was holistic. In fact, in the past 3 years, with the assistance of various new equipment, the disciples of the Sect of all times had improved quite quickly. After all, most of them were at the level of half-Saint Wu Huang when they came up. Any faster and they would really be ascending to the heavens. Jun Changshao felt that it was slow because of the limitations of the main mission and the fact that the Sect was not in the upper realm. Although the new version of the system could rely on contribution points or achievement points to forcefully upgrade the Sect's level, whether one was strong or not required the recognition of the world. In the past, when the certification hall first appeared, readers complained that whether one was strong or not needed the recognition of others. Rubbish author, brainless setting. Now that there was no such organization in the upper realm, the problem became whether one was strong or not. One really needed the recognition of others because even if they changed the data and wrote that they were supreme immortal sects, others would not be able to tell and the main mission would not recognize it. Moreover, the certification hall could at least provide a numerical reference. After passing the assessment, it would be announced to the public, and the world would naturally have an intuitive understanding. On the other hand, although Jun Changshao had been flying around recently, no one thought that the Sect of all times had the strength of a Xian-ranked sect. Right. Jun Changshao slapped his forehead and said, "In the future, I can bring my disciples to challenge Xian-ranked sects." Without an authoritative organization to certify the sect's rank, Go Xing planned to rely on his own strength to do so. If he couldn't beat one, then he would beat 2 or 3 until he was recognized. If the Xian sects knew about this, they would definitely beg the relevant departments to quickly open a separate certification hall for him. They would provide full service 24 hours a day. This way, our lives would be better in the future. The Formation Hall continued to create Diablo, and the War Cavalry Hall continued to assist the disciples in completing their missions. The Sect of all times entered a relatively stable period. It was rare for Jun Changshao to focus his mind on cultivation. Occasionally, he would refresh the free shop 5 times at the end of the month. In the end, he didn't buy anything good. He firmly believed that if he didn't become a VIP, he wouldn't get anything good outside. Due to the appearance of Diablo one after another, News of it spread throughout the southeast region. Martial artists from all walks of life rushed to see it and wondered what kind of technology it was. The Taishan elder and his two assistants, Zhen Dejuan and Shangguan Xinyao, were constantly improving the mecha. Later, they came up with a completely new design, adding 3 modes of energy conservation, balance, and performance, thus greatly increasing the mecha's practicality. In the energy conservation mode, the mecha would enter a low power state, and its combat power would be maintained at the upper level of the void-piercing realm. In the balance mode, the combat power and energy consumption would be maintained at a relatively average level. In the performance mode, the mecha would enter a high power state, and its combat power would be greatly increased. The downside was that its energy consumption would increase sharply. This is not bad. Jun Changshao gave his approval. In fact, the War Cavalry Hall members had feedback recently. When they were doing some missions, due to the high performance, it was difficult to not activate it, and it was a waste of magnetite to activate it. Therefore, the situation was a bit awkward. Now that they could freely switch between the 3 modes, it was naturally easier to make a choice. Master, Jun Changshao said, if the technology is mature, you can add a berserk mode to instantly increase the combat power to the extreme, allowing the disciples to turn the tables in desperate situations. If you do that, it will easily destroy the internal structure of the formation and completely turn it into scrap metal, the Taishan elder said. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, if a person is about to die, why would they care about the mecha? The Taishan elder immediately understood. This was to let him add a limit-breaking setting to the Diablo as a final trump card. If the user was faced with a desperate situation, at least they could give it a try instead of sitting in the cockpit and waiting for death. I'll improve it in the future. Also, can we use the formation to locate the mecha? Jun Changshao needed to control the position of each mecha so that he could provide timely support when there was trouble. It's not a big problem, the Taishan elder said. The interior of the Diablo was full of complex formations. With some tracking methods, it was still possible to teleport to the Sect in real time. The major sects in the upper realm were thinking of ways to improve their own strength, but the Sect of all times was thinking of ways to improve the performance of the mecha. The styles of the two were completely different. Half a year later, Yi Xingchen, Li Qingyang, and the others had broken through to the second transformation, and their strength had greatly improved. The improvement of the ordinary disciples was also more significant. The overall strength of the entire sect had reached the lower level of the void-piercing realm, and had been completely upgraded to a martial emperor. Every month, they could enter the spacetime arcane realm. The formation hall used this method to produce 100 Diablo, and the efficiency was twice as fast as what the Taishan elder had estimated. Of course, although the model was still the second generation, it had added many functions, especially the berserk mode that Jun Changshao had suggested. This was a red button covered by layers of small formations. It could only be activated after the user had authenticated it, and it burned all the energy in an instant to mobilize all the power. Boom! In the martial arts arena, Xiao Ziji formed a solid defensive barrier in front of him, blocking the mecha's full-force attack. His expression was solemn. Ka-ka-ka! Ka-ka-ka-ka! After the attack, the Diablo's body shook violently. Swoosh! Shangguan Xinyao stopped operating and jumped out of the cockpit, saying anxiously, "Get out of the way, it's going to explode." Boom! Light flashed in the martial arts arena, forming a small mushroom cloud. F***CK. Su Xiaoma, who had dodged in advance, widened his eyes. Li Qingyang clutched his chest, feeling pain in his heart. After all, the martial arts arena would definitely be destroyed after such a big explosion. He would have to ask the Patriarch for money to repair it. No. He would try to test it outside in the future. Cough cough. Xiao Ziji walked out of the dusty area with his clothes in tatters. Obviously, his defense was broken in the explosion just now. He had broken through the second transition and was the #1 meat shield among the disciples of the sect, but he was still in such a sorry state. It was obvious that the berserk mode of the Diablo was tough. Sigh. Taishin Elder shook his head and said, "It's more extreme than I thought." He expected that the berserk mode of the Diablo would cause irreparable damage to the mecha, formations, and other aspects, but he did not expect the mecha to explode after the first use. Not bad. Jun Changshao said with satisfaction. Not only does it have an extra trump card in a desperate situation, but it can also be used as a bomb. Everyone's mouth twitched slightly. The Patriarch had placed a lot of importance on the Diablo during this period. Of course, it could allow the user to have the strength of the first transition instantly. This mecha would definitely be of great use in the future at least. Ding! Epic level mission triggered. It's here. It's finally here. During this half a year, the disciples had been cultivating, but Jun Changshao had not been idle either. Although he had crushed 2 experienced talismans during this period, he had mostly relied on himself and the endless supply of magnetite to forcefully increase his strength. Finally, he had reached the upper limit of the 6th transition and triggered the epic level mission. Swoosh. It opened and the content was Upper Realm Version Epic Level Mission 4 Mission Details. The strength of a sect depends on the amount of resources. Please be sure to obtain the large-scale real stone mine that will appear in the Jade Tripod Mountains in half a year. Mission reward? Large-scale? Real stone mine? Jun Changxiao's eyes twinkled. F***CK, the system complained helplessly. This epic level mission is full of spoilers again. Chapter 1486. The epic mission was here, and it was full of spoilers. Time, half a year later. Location, Jade Tripod Mountains. Reason, real stone mine birth. Scale, large. That was all the content of the spoiler, which made Jun Changshao excited. Currently, after working with the Alchemy Hall, their businesses were expanding, and they had a stable income from magnetite. They were not short of money. However, magnetite was the most common currency in the upper realm. Above that, there was the true Tao Immortal Stone, which was a stronger cultivation resource. I was just worried that the disciples would level up slowly. Jun Changshao rubbed his hands. If we can get a large real stone mine, the overall strength of the sect will definitely rise to another level. It was decided. He would head to the Jade Tripod Mountains as soon as possible. Why did he have to be fast? Because it would only appear half a year later, which meant that no one should know about it yet. If he rushed there and confirmed the location, he could dig it out in advance and not leave anything behind. Jun Changshao did not need to be a genius to know that once such a large mine was known to the world, it would definitely attract the attention of all the major forces. When he went there, he could only be a spectator. After all, he was not strong enough. Spectator? Definitely not, he had to fight for it. Therefore, the best way was to take advantage of the epic mission's spoilers and go there first. By the time others went in, he would already be in the sect enjoying his bath. However, there was a problem. Where was the Jade Tripod Mountains? Jun Changshao hurriedly took out the map of the upper realm. After a careful search, he found that it was in the northwest region. He hugged his head. This is too far. His home was in the southeast, and it was in the northwest. If he rushed there at normal speed, the place would have been dug out long ago. It's not a big problem. Jun Changshao thought to himself. I can use the ancient warship. Magnetite could not be compared to real stones. For this, Go Xing would definitely burn like crazy. It was fate. He had to gamble, he had to risk it. Wait. Jun Changshao suddenly remembered something. Empress Ling Yao's Ling Yao Wonderland seems to be in the northwest region as well. Very good, very good. Who knows, he might have a chance to do something. Jun Changshao wouldn't be so foolish as to clash head-on with Empress Ling Yao now, but if the circumstances allowed, he would definitely play some tricks to annoy her. The principle of shameless dog was that if you tried to play tricks on me, I would definitely use the same method in return, even if it didn't hurt or itch. What is this? That's right, what a despicable person. Martial arts practice field. Li Qingyang and the other core disciples who were cultivating stood in a row. They were all wondering why the patriarch had gathered everyone here. Could it be that he had something important to tell them? Gu Zhaoxi and the black and white Rakshasa had also arrived. After a while, Jun Changshao walked out of the main hall and said loudly, "Follow me to the Jade Tripod Mountain Range in the northwest." Jade Tripod Mountain Range? Surprise appeared in Gu Zhaoxi's eyes. He had heard of this place before. It was a mountain range that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. Because there weren't any heavenly materials or rare beasts inside, most cultivators didn't even bother to enter. Patriarch. Bai Luocha asked, "Why are we going there?" "To train in the sect." Everyone broke down. If they were going to train, they should go to the Forbidden Grounds. Why did they have to go all the way to the northwest? Although that was what everyone thought, since the patriarch had said so, they had to obey unconditionally. So they all took out their rainbow wings and prepared to set off. No need to trouble yourself. Jun Changshao waved his hand and took out the ancient warship. Get on! Gu Zhaoxi's mouth twitched. The warship that Zhenren Tonggu had created was very powerful, but it also consumed a lot of energy. To use it as a means of transportation just for training in the sect, this was probably, brother. He walked over and said in a low voice, "If you think you have too much money to spend, you can give it to me. Don't talk nonsense." Jun Changshao rolled his eyes and said, "Hurry up and get in the car." Okay. Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the other core disciples were heading to the Jade Tripod Mountains. There were also the black and white Rakshas, the Purple King, Ding Xingwang, and the other core disciples, as well as the 100 members of the War Cavalry Hall who were equipped with Diablo. The Sect's elites were all out. They were determined to get the mine. Husband. Before they set off, Rose of Flowers asked, "Can I go? If you go, who will manage the sect?" "Hall Leader Wei and the others." They sent so many elites. It's definitely not as simple as training. "Let me go with you," Rose of Flowers said telepathically. Okay. Jun Changshao compromised. At the moment, he could not be sure if only he knew about the birth of the mine. If he encountered any problems, bringing along an assistant would at least be an extra layer of protection. Although Gosheng was very resistant to the combination and his hair turned green, it was undeniable that with Rose of Flowers' assistance, his combat strength increased significantly. "Let's go." Whoosh! The ancient warship turned into a stream of light and flew out of the Aeon Immortal Mountain. "I'm so tired. I'm going to sleep for a while." Cultivate. The upper echelons and disciples returned to the cabin for various reasons. Only Jun Changshao and Rose of Flowers were left in the cockpit. His eyesight was amazing. Husband. Rose of Flowers stood at the window and looked at the scenery passing by. She smiled and said, "This seems to be our first time taking the ancient warship to play in the upper realm." Jun Changshao was speechless. "We're not going to play. We're going to do business." "What business? Can you tell me?" Whoosh! Jun Changshao took out a large number of magnetite and pointed at the driving device behind. He said, "Replace it when the energy is insufficient. We must maintain the endurance." "The host is very particular about using his wife as a tool," the system said. Scram. Jun Changshao put all his attention on the journey. Occasionally, he would look back at the magnetite consumption in the driving device. His face immediately showed signs of pain. The northwest was very far. However, as long as he dared to invest, he could reach it very quickly. "Husband, the magnetite is gone." It had only been a few hours, but the large amount of profound stones that Jun Changshao had taken out earlier had been used up. He could only endure the pain and continue to replenish them. He consoled himself in his heart, if I can obtain a true stone vein, then everything will be worth it. So beautiful. The next day, the ancient warship passed by a sea of flowers. Rows of flowers stood at the window, her eyes shining with joy. She liked flowers. She especially liked roses. Childish, Jun Changshao said coldly. Then, he stopped the ship and said, out of the way. I'm changing the energy source. Didn't you just change it? Change it again. Seeing her husband walking over with a sour face, Rose of Flowers couldn't help but laugh. She said, did you deliberately stop the ship because you want me to look at the scenery? Why are you asking if you know? Hurry up and look. Won't it delay business? You're so long-winded. If you don't look, I'm going to start the ship. Husband has planted roses all over the courtyard. I'm already tired of looking at them. Let's do business first. Whoosh! The ancient warship started again and flew away without looking back. Chapter 1487. The northwest region was larger than the southeast region. Moreover, there were endless mountains and grasslands that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was a collection of different landforms. 10 days later, Jun Changshao arrived. It would take at least a few years to travel normally. Even with a flying treasure, it would still take a few months. Therefore, he was almost flying. Of course, the consequence of pursuing speed was burning magnetite crazily. The warship stopped on a boundless grassland. Jun Changshao clutched his chest, feeling the fragrance of the grass and soil. His heart was bleeding, because the price he had paid was too great, so great that he couldn't even calculate it. Sigh. Gu Zhaoxi said helplessly, what a pity. He didn't know how many magnetite he had spent, but he estimated it to be at least tens of millions. It might even exceed 100 million. Therefore, he couldn't understand his brother's intentions. Did he really have too much money and nowhere to spend it? Give it to me. I don't think it's too much, it's too little. Rose of Flowers took out a map and judged based on the environment. We're still a few hundred kilometers away from our destination. Jun Changshao suppressed the pain caused by the crazy consumption of magnetite and said, I can still bear it. Goxing definitely didn't care about a few hundred kilometers since he had rushed over such a long distance. Therefore, he adjusted his state of mind and controlled the warship to fly toward the Jade Tripod mountain range. Along the way, he released his spiritual sense and found that although there were martial practitioners nearby, they were scattered. This meant that no one knew about the appearance of the ore vein. Otherwise, all the major forces would have gathered together. A smile gradually appeared on Jun Changshao's face. As long as he found the ore vein, not only could he obtain a large amount of resources for the sect, he could also complete the epic mission. It was killing two birds with one stone. Jade Tripod Mountain Range. A place that couldn't be any more ordinary. Although the scenery here was as beautiful as a painting, because of the weak nature, there weren't any natural treasures. Even ordinary demon beasts couldn't be bothered to come here. Jun Changshao flew over on the ancient warship and looked around. He couldn't help but wonder, there's an ore vein here? Rose of Flowers asked, what ore vein? An ore vein. Since he accidentally blurted it out, Jun Changshao could only be honest. After all, she wasn't an outsider. Don't misunderstand. The system explained, this is not an outsider, but a member of the same sect. Rose of Flowers suddenly understood. No wonder my husband brought so many people here. Turns out that he was looking for real stone veins. Shwa! Shwa! The upper echelons and disciples jumped off the ship one after another, and then found themselves in the mountain range. Brother! Gu Zhaoxi broke down and said, there isn't even a decent demonic beast here. How are we supposed to train? He still couldn't figure out why he wanted the Jade Tripod mountain range. Since they had arrived at the mission location, Jun Changshao naturally didn't have to hide it, so he took the initiative to tell the reason. What? Gu Zhaoxi's eyes widened at first, then he looked around with an expression of disbelief and said, "There's a real stone vein in this godforsaken place?" The appearance of mineral veins was a common occurrence. However, most of them were in places with strong attribute. This place was abnormally thin, so how could there be a large mine here? "Brother," Gu Zhaoxi asked, "where did you get the news? Could it be a rumor?" "Impossible." Jun Changxiao's tone was very firm. The system's mission spoilers were often very accurate, so he believed that there must be a real stone vein here. What if there wasn't? Then there was no need to ask. He would just strangle himself and walk away. This time, he had spent countless magnetite to come all the way to the Jade Tripod mountain range. If there was a mistake in the epic mission and a fake spoiler was given, with Go Xing's stingy personality, he would definitely fight with his life. "Where is it?" Gu Zhaoxi asked. "Search." Jun Changxiao said, "Carpet search." The mission only revealed the location of the spoiler, but the Jade Tripod mountain range was too big, so it definitely needed to be searched one by one to determine where it was hidden. Would a treasure detector work? No. Because things like spirit stones and magnetite were not classified as heavenly treasures, nor were they in the category of weapons and equipment, so they couldn't be detected. "Ren Shan." Jun Changxiao walked over and said in a meaningful tone, "It's time to use your talent." Many readers might have forgotten about this person. This was normal. After all, there were 100,000 disciples. If they all had 2 words in their names, just listing them would take 100 chapters. However, Go Xing remembered clearly. Because in the lower realm, Ren Shan had discovered more than one ore vein. He was indeed the Sect's lucky charm. This time, Jun Changxiao thought of him first when looking for ore veins. Ren Shan expressed that he had a heavy responsibility and felt a little guilty. "Tell me loudly, do you have the confidence to find ore veins?" "I have confidence." "Move!" "Yes." The disciples received the order and began to search. Although there was no danger in the Jade Tripod mountain range, because of the tangled and complicated environment, it was indeed a little difficult to find. Moreover, without any clues, they could only search in silence. The difficulty factor was undoubtedly higher. "Remember," Jun Changxiao shouted, "as long as you work hard, you can grind an iron rod into a needle. Only when the clouds parted can you see the moon." Motivational words were very beautiful, but in fact, the search work was handed over to the higher-ups and disciples. He sat on a huge rock and drank tea leisurely. From time to time, he would put on his earphones and listen to pop songs. How do we find it? The surrounding heaven and earth attributes are thin. There are no clues at all. We can't possibly dig 3 feet into the ground, right? The disciples turned the area upside down for several days in a radius of hundreds of miles. They did not find anything at all. They even felt like a retard looking for a needle in the sea. What was more frustrating was, as they searched, it started to rain. Although it did not rain on them, the ground became muddy. It would definitely be more difficult to find. Page. Li Qingyang, who was walking at the front, asked, "Haven't you found it?" "No." Paige shook her head. As a well-known tool of the Sect of all times and an earth element beast, she had searched for a long time in the Jade Tripod mountain range, but still did not find any ore veins in the ground. "Oh no." At this moment someone shouted, "Junior brother Rin slipped down." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Li Qingyang and the others hurried back and found that there were obvious scratches on a slope, which meant that Ren Shan had accidentally fallen down when passing by. Patriarch. Suddenly, there was a sharp shout from below, "Found something!" Whoosh. Jun Changxiao instantly disappeared from the huge rock. The earphones were placed beside him. Because of the rain, they first sizzled and then emitted flames and white smoke. It meant that they were not waterproof and died. The place where Ren Shan fell was a long slope. There was a winding river below, but there was an open space in the middle that could accommodate 2 or 3 people. Whoosh! Jun Changshao flew over and asked, "What did you find?" Ren Shan pointed at the traces of sliding down. The surface of the soil showed stones with complicated lines on them. Jun Changshao approached and narrowed his eyes. "Array?" "That's right." Zhendejuan carefully studied the patterns on the stones and said, "It is indeed an array." Gu Zhaoxi held his chin and said, "How can there be an array in this godforsaken place? And why didn't we notice it at all?" "There is a mystery," Black and White Rakshasa said in unison. "I say," Jun Changshao interrupted their thoughts and said, "this small place can only accommodate 2 or 3 people. Don't you feel crowded?" "It's not crowded." "Nonsense, you're almost riding on my neck." Although he was complaining, Jun Changshao still put his hand on the stone pattern and said, "Try touching it." Buzz. When his finger touched it, a light flashed. Rumble. In an instant, a hole suddenly appeared in front of the area where everyone was crowded. Extremely pure heaven and earth attributes emerged from inside. Mineral vein. Gu Zhaoxi rode on Jun Changshao's neck and said excitedly, "There must be a mineral vein inside." Chapter 1488. Accidental landslide, found the mechanism of the formation. Ren Shan, the koi, once again played his role and told the world what it meant to be deliberately arranged by the heavens. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Not only was there a strong heaven and earth attribute at the entrance of the cave, but there was also the aura of a formation. "I understand now," Zhen Dijuan said in realization. "The pattern just now was to activate the formation mechanism, so I didn't feel the aura of the formation at first." "It's not important," Jun Changshao said. "What's important is that we've struck it rich." He judged from the heaven and earth attribute that there were definitely resources of a higher grade than magnetite inside. The epic mission didn't lie to him. There really was a true stone vein in the Jade Tripod mountain range, and no one knew about it. "Let's go." Jun Changshao immediately threw Gu Zhaoxi off and walked into the dark tunnel. The upper echelons and disciples followed behind. After a while, they reached the end and entered a relatively spacious natural cave. There was a stone bed and a stone platform inside, which meant that someone had lived here before. Jun Changshao stopped in front of the stone table and touched the dust on it with his finger, saying, "It should have been abandoned for a long time." "Patriarch," Zhen Dijuan said, "the aura of the formation is stronger." Jun Changshao nodded and said, "If we didn't find the mechanism by accident, who would have thought that there was another world below? It was all thanks to Ren Shan that they could come here. Because the formation around them was of an extremely high level, the aura of the formation couldn't be felt from outside at all. If it continued to operate, it wouldn't be discovered by others. Could it be a cave abode where a mighty figure lives in seclusion? Bai Luocha said. Gu Zhaoxi was speechless. Building a cave abode in a mine, this is too creative. Jun Changshao came to a stone platform that looked like a bookshelf and waved his hand to remove the dust. He found ancient books on it and said happily, "Cultivation techniques and martial arts?" He was disappointed. It wasn't martial arts but a diary. Jun Changshao flipped through it and learned that the owner of the cave abode was an itinerant cultivator who was proficient in formations. He found this large true stone vein by chance and lived here until he died. Then, how did he find it? According to the diary, when he was young, he once entered a mine with the woman he loved, but an accident happened. Not only did he lose his legs, but the woman also died, so he suffered a heavy blow. Whose fault was it? It was the fault of the person who discovered the mine. Because without the other party, he wouldn't have come. That's a little extreme. Jun Changshao shook his head. Of course, the reason for the tragedy was the mineral vein, but in the end it was still because he was dominated by greed. Jun Changshao continued reading. He was even more certain that this rogue cultivator was extreme because the contents of the diary were filled with hatred. In the end, it even developed into hatred for the entire world. "I want revenge. I need to formulate a big plan. These 2 sentences appeared frequently on every page of the diary. Judging from the handwriting, the author must have gritted his teeth when he wrote them. I lost my true love because of the mine, so I will use the mine to take revenge. Later, the itinerant cultivator worked hard to overcome his crippled legs and turned from a formation enthusiast to a mineral vein exploration enthusiast. His hard work paid off, and he found a large true stone mine in the Jade Tripod mountain range. The mine is huge. There are at least billions of true stones stored. When Jun Changshao saw this paragraph, he first placed the diary on the stone table. Then, he covered his chest with one hand and breathed heavily. No. I'm a little short of oxygen, billions of true stones. This was an astronomical figure. Not to mention Goxing, any other martial artist would not be able to withstand it. Calm down, calm down. Jun Changshao adjusted his state of mind and continued reading the diary. His expression gradually froze because it was written very clearly in the diary. The itinerant cultivator sealed the mine with a formation and stopped the time of its birth. His purpose was to create all kinds of traps inside and turn the opportunity into hell on earth. Damn! This guy is really crazy. He could understand the pain of the itinerant cultivator losing his true love, but he couldn't destroy the world because of this, right? Host, you don't understand. The system said, this is the magic of love. When a person falls too deeply, they will really do very irrational and even crazy things. For example, one day, the person you love deeply, damn, with his constitution of being destined to be a loner, there was no way he could establish such a thing. TSK. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes and said, it's as if you understand. Although I'm a pile of data, if I had a body and a human mind, I would definitely be stronger than you in terms of feelings. The system corrected him. Oh no, it's that every person is stronger than the host. Scram. Jun Changshao scolded and continued reading the diary until he reached the last page. He learned that the formation around the mine could only be suppressed until a certain year, month, and day. At that time, it would stop working and the true stone mine would be born. This coincided with the time of the epic level mission. The system said, the mine should have been born 100 years ago, but it has been suppressed by human intervention. On the day of its release, it will definitely cause an even more intense phenomenon. So, Jun Changshao said, it will attract even more martial artists to be buried with him. Sigh. The system said, why bother? Shua. The camera flashed and Jun Changshao put on a white coat, combed his hair back, put on a pair of sunglasses and said, as a righteous person, how can I let such a tragedy happen, so… He paused and said, I will take all the true stones here and strangle the disaster in the cradle. Clap clap clap. Clap clap clap. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others applauded, although they did not know why they did so. Through the diary, it was confirmed that the cave was left behind by a loose cultivator who gradually became filled with hatred for the world because of the death of his true love. His goal was simple, to use his mastery of formations to change the mine into hell. Although the idea seemed a bit crazy, it successfully grasped the weakness of human greed. Half a year later, it would cause an intense phenomenon, which would inevitably attract moths. You want the mine? You must fight first. Then, you will be welcomed by the formation after you enter. Unfortunately, he did not expect that the epic mission would spoil the birth of a mine in the Jade Cauldron Mountains to Jun Changshao, and that he would enter the cave in advance with the help of Koi Rinshan. If the dead loose cultivator could come back to life, he would definitely climb out of his coffin and roar, I report this person is cheating. Elder Zhen. Jun Changshao said, the cave should be the center of the formation. Can you break it and control it? Zhen Dijuan shook his head and said, it's a bit difficult. That loose cultivator spent 100 years to set up countless formations, waiting to show them to the world half a year later. With his strength, it was impossible to break it in time. However, Grand Elder should be able to do it, Jun Changshao said. If I knew, I would have brought Master here. He had no choice but to summon the ancient warship and burn calories all the way back to the Sect. He brought the Taishan Elder to the Jade Cauldron Mountains, spending a large amount of mystical stones back and forth. He was so heartbroken that tears flowed out. TSK. The Taishan Elder stood in the cave and observed carefully. He exclaimed, "The person who set up the formation is an expert. Master, can you break it?" "I need some time." "How long?" "About a day." Jun Changshao, Zhen Dejuan, and the others collapsed. "You broke a complex formation system that was created 100 years ago in a day. Is that guy worthy of the evaluation of an expert?" "Yes, he is. Because as a technical geek, the Taishan Elder's attainments in formations were quite high. The fact that he needed a day to break it was enough to show that it was very difficult. Under normal circumstances, it would be broken in seconds, minutes, and time. "Master, hurry up! Don't be anxious, don't be anxious." The Taishan Elder closed his eyes and began to break it. After studying it for a while, he frowned and said, "The formation system has a self-destruct program. If someone touches the ore, it will explode directly. This is very vicious." Chapter 1489. With the presence of the Taishan Elder, the formation system in the cave was useless because he had obtained absolute control in just one day. "It's worth it." Jun Changshao felt a little better. They had burned so many magnetite to invite him here. If they did not break the formation, it would be a huge loss. "I've shut down the internal explosive device. You can go in without worries," said the Taishan Elder. "Let's go." Jun Changshao immediately led the group to the tunnel on the left side of the cave. Whoosh whoosh. Pure heaven and earth attributes blew over. It was obvious that there was a very majestic mineral vein inside. "We're going to be rich." Jun Changshao's eyes shone. When the entire upper realm did not know about it, it would definitely be a great feeling to secretly find a real stone mine. Since the formation system was completely controlled by the Taishan Elder, all the traps along the way were all in a state of failure. Therefore, they did not encounter any danger along the way. They were not looking for resources. They were out for a stroll. 1 step, 2 step. After passing through the long tunnel, the group stopped in a slightly damp environment. They were surrounded by mud, and crystal-clear ores were embedded in it. It felt like they were hugging a pipa and covering half of their faces. "Brother," Gu Zhaoxi said happily, "real stones." These high-level martial arts resources were similar in form and size to magnetite, but the energy gathered inside was purer. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others saw real stones for the first time. Especially when they were densely packed in their field of vision, each of them widened their eyes. It would be great to use them for cultivation. Gu Zhaoxi took out the small shovel that he carried with him and said seriously, "Real stones that have not been excavated are very fragile, so you must be careful when you dig. Otherwise, the energy will be lost if the surface is broken." Although he was labeled as a traitor by the Realm Hall, he was also a rogue cultivator. Therefore, after being reborn dozens of times, he definitely knew the life skills of mining. "Brother, let's dig quickly." When he looked back, he saw Jun Changshao sitting on a chair, holding a cup of tea in his hand and sipping it carefully. This was too leisurely and elegant. "My dear brother, we came all the way here to mine, not to have a vacation." Gu Zhaoxi was on the verge of breaking down. "I have sinned." "Yes." Boom. Xiao Ziji took out a heavy machine from his spatial ring and placed it on the ground. From its shape, it looked like a container. "What is this?" Gu Zhaoxi was stunned. "Uncle Master," Xiao Ziji said, "this is an ore harvester. It's specially used for mining." Gu Zhaoxi was even more confused. "Let's begin," Jun Changshao said indifferently. "Pa!" Xiao Ziji pressed the start button. Ka ka ka. The hatch slowly opened, and something that looked like a small robot quickly flew out. It then leaned against the wall and began to dig with its hands and feet. In a short period of time, the 1,000 true stones on the surface were all plucked off and placed neatly to the side, forming a small mound. This, Gu Zhaoxi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Those strange little things were very agile, and they were especially professional when it came to mining. It gave him the feeling that he could dig them out with just a little fiddle. Brother, how's the efficiency of my ore harvester? Awesome. Too awesome. Gu Zhaoxi developed a strong admiration for Jun Changshao. He directly hugged his thigh and said affectionately, "From today onwards, the mountains have no edges, and the heaven and earth are united. Only then will I dare to separate myself from you." Scram! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The small mining robots worked hard to dig. One by one, the true stones were piled up nearby, and Jun Changshao easily stored them into his spatial ring. The system said, according to the analysis, the energy and purity stored in the true stones are 10 times higher than magnetite. Jun Changshao's hand that was holding the teacup trembled. If that was the case, 1 true stone was equivalent to 10 magnetite. The diary recorded that there were billions, so wouldn't that be equivalent to tens of billions? Covering his face, leaning back tactically, his smile gradually became perverted. There were no other forces, no danger, and a large true stone mine was equivalent to free. How could Jun Changshao not be excited? How could he not be? If not for the fact that his disciples were nearby, he might have started singing long ago. With the ore harvester, the mining process was needless to say. In just 2 short days, a large true stone mine was emptied. Ha ha! Ha! Jun Changxiao's unbridled laughter came from the empty mine. The diary said that there were billions of true stones in storage, but after they were emptied, after careful counting, the actual amount had reached 10 billion. Multiplying it by 10, it was equivalent to 100 billion magnetite. This was not Zimbabwe currency. This was true stone. Not good. The patriarch has fainted. Jun Changshao lay on the chair. He was so excited that he went into shock, but there was still a smile on his face. He even had a dream. In the dream, he was swimming in an endless sea of true stones. In his excitement, he hugged a large true stone and kissed it. Shwa! Suddenly, he woke up from the dream. Jun Changshao smelled the scent of roses. Only then did he suddenly realize that he was hugging the rose of flowers. Her cheeks turned red, and a stunned expression gradually appeared on her face. He kissed me? Shwa! Shwa! Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others all turned around as if to say, "We didn't see anything just now." Amazing, my patriarch. Su Xiama thought to herself, how dare he act so boldly in public? As someone who had rich experience in relationships, he could say mushy words to Xia Shuiyun. He could say sentimental words, but he would never be so blatant in front of others. What did I just do? Jun Changshao howled in his heart. The system said, "You kissed your wife." No. I was kissing a true stone. That's not important. What's important is that everyone saw it. The system added. Although Jun Changxiao's heart was crumbling, it was not the time to be conflicted. Thus, he hurriedly pretended that nothing had happened and said sanctimoniously, "Let's go back to the sect." "Brother," Gu Zhaoxi said, "we can't leave yet." "Why?" Jun Changxiao asked. Gu Zhaoxi said seriously, "True stone veins usually only exist in environments with strong heaven and earth attribute. Since there's one in this godforsaken place, there must be a reason." That's right. The black and white Rakshasa expressed their agreement. A true stone vein was actually hidden in a remote and desolate place where even demonic beasts were too lazy to come. It was really illogical. What's the reason? Jun Changshao asked. Gu Zhaoxi held his chin and said, "The formation of true stones has environmental factors, but there's also another factor, and that is. He paused, then said, the mother of true stones. The mother of true stones. The system said, the source of true stones. I understand. You don't need to explain. Although Jun Changshao had never heard of it, he could roughly understand it from the name. Thus, his eyes lit up and said, could it be that the mother of true stones is hidden in this vein? Gu Zhaoxi shook his head and said, it's just a guess. Patriarch. At this moment, the Koirin Shan's loud shout came from the depths of the vein, come and see. Chapter 1490. After digging out all the true stones, Ren Shan felt a little urgent, so he went to the deepest part to relieve himself. However, just as he touched the wall, a stream of light with even more explosive heaven and earth attributes appeared. Damn! What is this? Patriarch, come and take a look. Jun Changshao heard the news and came over. Strands of visible attributes seeped out from the soil, and his eyes lit up instantly. Gu Zhaoxi said happily, brother, it should be the mother of true stones. Dig. Jun Changshao ordered. The disciples took out small shovels and dug along the area filled with heaven and earth attributes, quickly forming a man-made tunnel from top to bottom. After digging for about a kilometer, the source of heaven and earth attributes was found. It was a large stone buried deep underground, surrounded by streams of light. It could be said to be gorgeous. That's right. This was the mother of true stones. It was naturally its credit to nurture a large mineral vein in a desolate place. Brother, Gu Zhaoxi said excitedly, this time we're really rich. The mother of true stones contained very powerful heaven and earth attributes, which could be seen from its appearance. However, its real use was not to absorb but to nurture more true stones, so it could reproduce continuously. Its value could not be measured by money. Can you move it away? Yes. Jun Changshao put the heavy mother of true stones into his spatial ring without hesitation, then covered his face and said, happiness came too suddenly. 10 billion resources. A source of reproduction. Coming to the Jade Tripod Mountain Range was really a great harvest. Inside the cave, Jun Changshao returned with a full load and took away all the diary entries, making sure not to leave any clues. The true stones were all dug out, but the accumulated attributes over the years did not dissipate. Once the formation lost its effect, it would definitely cause a strong phenomenon and attract the major forces. If they knew that he was the one who took it, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. The host is very cautious, the system said. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes and said, before I have the absolute strength to go against the whole world, I naturally have to be cautious. Go against the whole world, you will hear no one. Right. Suddenly, Jun Changshao had an idea, so his eyes lit up and he said, I can do something about the mineral vein. What article? The Jade Tripod Mountains belong to the northwest region, and Empress Ling Yao happens to live here as well. When the mine appears, will the major factions come looking for her? Go Xing was preparing to make arrangements for that woman. However, how to make the various factions believe that the true stone mine had been dug out by Empress Ling Yao would require a good plan. What if she happened to be there when the load appeared? The array formation in the cave abode could only last for half a year, but Jun Changshao had already mastered it. He could dispel it at any time to trigger a supernatural phenomenon. If he could lure Empress Ling Yao over and release the array formation in advance, it would be very interesting. However, how could he lure it over? Brother, Jun Changshao asked, is there any way to contact that woman? Gu Zhaoxi shook his head. I can't contact him. He had an agreement with Empress Ling Yao, but it was only an agreement. They had not left any means of contact. Actually, the system said, host, you don't have to attract her here. You can just send the trouble over. Send it over? Jun Changshao was stunned. What do you mean? Can't you just move the empty load and the array formation away and place them near the Ling Yao immortal realm? The system had changed. It began to wallow in the mire with the host and become a doghead strategist. This, Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. Good idea. The true stone mine was right at your doorstep. If there was nothing after entering, what would the various factions think? What would Jietang think? However, how could he move it? If it was an item, he could just keep it in his space ring. But this mine was too big. He couldn't just move it away. After all, it was too ostentatious. Although the Tianyuan prison pagoda had the function of storing things, the space inside was limited. Otherwise, the entire Iron Bone Mountain would have been sent in. The system said, if you have any questions, look for the store. F***CK. Jun Changxiao said in his heart, no wonder you're so proactive in coming up with ideas. Gou Xing didn't open the store. Instead, he asked, Master, is there any way to move this mine somewhere else without anyone noticing? The Taishan elder said, the true stone is gone. Why move it? Is it possible? Yes. Jun Changxiao was overjoyed. The system broke down. Everyone in this damn sect is a talent. Why does the store feel like it's going to be laid off? Indeed. Although the mine was an epic mission spoiler, there were ancient warships rushing over, Koi Rinshan searching, and Taishan elder breaking the array. Overall, it was more dependent on the sect. The ore excavator had put in a lot of effort, but it was just icing on the cake, because the disciples could also dig it clean. At most, it would take some time. If it was in the past, Jun Changxiao would have been in a good mood. Now that he was faced with a thorny problem, at least someone would be able to step up in time. In fact, this situation was already a little obvious when he was buying the property. When he was developing in the lower realm, Gou Xing relied on the pills and beast pills from the pill pavilion to amass wealth. Although the path he was taking now was similar, he no longer relied on the system. Instead, he hired the alchemists from the pill hall to make money. Some might say, isn't it all thanks to the nourishing earth? Yes. For now, the treasures cultivated by the system were very important. However, when the alchemy shops gradually blossomed in the upper realm and formed a brand effect, they could still make a lot of profits even if they sold ordinary pills. Jun Changxiao was working hard to systematize. He also hoped that in the future, he could still develop stably for a long time without relying on the store, tools, and so on. Then, he shouted righteously, I, Jun Changxiao, am not in a good mood. He too. The reader's saliva sprayed all over the screen. It was the kind that could not be wiped off. The way to move the mine was very simple. They just had to set up a formation in a fixed area that would not be noticed by others, and then move it away openly. Therefore, the old man Taishan started to get busy. He put up formation flags in various areas. When the formation was completely connected, the entire mine was completely covered. It even seemed to have been cut into a huge square. Up! Zhong Yi, who was controlling the Diablo, shouted loudly. Rumble! In an instant, the 100 mechs inside the formation exerted force at the same time. They directly lifted the empty mine and slowly flew it into the air. Because of the existence of the high-level isolation formation, even if a large area of soil was peeled out, it would not be seen. Reader, damn, I thought that we sent so many mechs to prepare to fight with the major forces to show the power of the sect of all times. In the end, they were only used to move the mine. However, the mine was moved away and the original terrain caved in. Jun Changxiao would definitely not leave any clues that would expose him. He immediately ordered Page to fill in the soil and quickly fill in the missing area. Let's go! To the Ling Yao Wonderland. Huff huff! Huff huff huff! From the reader's perspective, a mine covered with an isolation formation slowly left the Jade Tripod Mountains under the escort of 100 mechs. It started a life of wandering, so it was also called a wandering mine. Chapter 1491. In the northwest region, many people had never seen Empress Ling Yao before because she was too elusive. But if it was the Ling Yao Wonderland, even a 3- or 5-year-old child would be able to show the way. Because this independent space had a special teleportation portal, it was very symbolic. Jun Changshao took the mine and wandered. A few days later, they appeared on the green grassland. From afar, there was a vortex between the sky and the earth, and a heavy aura spread out, making people feel awe. "Brother," Gu Zhaoxi said, "this is the Ling Yao Wonderland." Jun Changshao said lightly, "It's quite grand." Although the entrance to the Wonderland was open to the world, there was a restriction inside, and outsiders could not enter at all. Because it was Empress Ling Yao's territory, no one dared to set foot in the grassland. "Don't worry," Jun Changshao sneered. "It's going to be very lively here soon." Majestic attributes of heaven and earth gathered in the mine. If it was completely released, at least half of the upper realm would be involved. When that time came, all the powerhouses and forces would come, and the scene would be as beautiful as a painting. If everyone suspected Empress Ling Yao and put her in a terrible situation, it would be even better. He. Jun Changshao let out a strange laugh that only villains would have, and his handsome face gradually changed. "Kid." At that moment, the old man from Taixien said solemnly, "There's a formation around the vortex. We can't get too close to avoid being discovered." Jun Changshao looked around and said, "Let's put the mine here." They were already in the territory, and distance was meaningless. However, they had to be careful when they put it because it could easily cause a commotion. "Master," Jun Changshao said, "continue to expand the isolation formation." The old man from Taixien waved his hands, and the formation flag turned into a stream of light and flew out, and then inserted into the grassland. Whoosh! Page landed, and its head instantly enlarged and began to gnaw on the grass. The mineral vein needed to be buried deep in order to be realistic. Therefore, after about 2 hours, it had eaten out a very, very deep pit. "Put it down," Jun Changshao ordered. Hundreds of mecha slowly descended and placed the heavy ore vein in the pit. After they filled the pit with soil again, it was as if nothing had happened. "Master," Jun Changshao asked, "is it possible to set the array to be lifted after 1 month?" Since he had already arranged for Empress Ling Yao, he naturally hoped to see results sooner rather than wait for half a year. "Yes." Taixien immediately changed the principle of the array system and set it to be automatically deactivated after 30 days. "Okay." Jun Changshao snapped his fingers and said, "Return to the sect." After all, this was Empress Ling Yao's territory, and the longer he stayed here, the easier it would be for him to be discovered. Thus, it was best to get out of here as soon as possible. Swish! The ancient warship began to move, transforming into a streak of light that shot off into the distance. When they came, Go Xing's heart ached for the magnetite. Now that he had so many real stones, he definitely didn't care. He even happily sat in the driver's seat and hummed a little tune. Rows of Flowers smiled. "That's a good hum." Jun Changshao had a natural weakness when it came to singing, but he was fine when it came to humming. At least it wouldn't cause too much damage. Jun Changshao had been in a good mood, but when he saw this woman walk over, he suddenly remembered what he had done at the ore vein. His entire face burned. "Why is your face red?" Rose of Flowers asked. Jun Changshao hurriedly turned his head away and said proudly, "Who's blushing?" Rose of Flowers smiled and took a step closer, whispering, "In the future, don't do this in front of the disciples. I'll be embarrassed." Jun Changshao roared, "This is a misunderstanding. You clearly have me in your heart. Why can't you be honest?" Rose of Flowers leaned closer, then turned her face and smiled. "Come, give me another kiss. F***ck. Jun Changshao pushed her away with a straight face and left the driver's seat, leaving behind one sentence. Crazy. Whoosh. The ancient warship returned the way it had come. However, it stopped when it reached the Sea of Flowers. "Master," Jun Changshao said, "the scenery here isn't bad, right?" The Taishan elder said, "Not bad. Then I'll have to trouble you to set up another formation and bring the entire sea of flowers back to the sect of all times," Jun Changshao said. Huh! The Taishan elder was dumbfounded. He could understand bringing the ore vein to frame Empress Lingyao, but bringing the sea of flowers back to the sect of all times was a little strange. Grand Elder, Su Xiaoma transmitted, "The patriarch's wife likes flowers. So that's why." The Taishan elder immediately understood, and said in his mind, "His wife likes flowers, so he gave her a sea of flowers. This kid is really something." Buzz. The formation covered a radius of dozens of kilometers. Rumble. 100 mechas worked together to lift the sea of flowers and the soil into the air, and then marched back to the sect of all times. "When we get back, we'll put it on Dragon Head Peak. That way, you'll be able to see as much as you want." Jun Changshao said indifferently, "Of course. What I mean is, next time you go out, don't act like you've never seen the world before." System. Thank you. Rose of Flowers smiled sweetly, and her heart was filled with sweetness. She liked roses, so he planted roses everywhere. She liked a sea of flowers, so he brought back a sea of flowers. Rose of Flowers walked over and hugged Jun Changshao from behind. She pressed her face against his broad back and said softly, "With a husband like this, what more could I ask for?" It was a pity that Li Tiantian wasn't here, or this beautiful scene would definitely be preserved in pictures. "Brother!" Suddenly Gu Zhaoxi walked in. Seeing Rose of Flowers hugging Jun Changshao, he hurriedly changed his words. "What are you doing?" The system broke down. "Every time the relationship between the two of you rises, this guy will appear. Is he being bribed by some people who don't want to eat dog food? He's here to cause trouble." As expected, the originally beautiful atmosphere dissipated with Gu Zhaoxi's arrival. Jun Changshao even pushed Rose of Flowers away and put on a dignified look. "What's the matter?" "No. Nothing, I won't disturb you." Gu Zhaoxi immediately slipped away. He left, but the atmosphere couldn't be cultivated. The two of them even stood in the cockpit awkwardly. "I know you don't want to open your heart to accept me." Rose of Flowers flipped a strand of hair on her forehead and smiled. "So I won't ask for too much. I'll always be with your strong sect." He was a companion, not an assistant. So it had a different meaning. Only in front of Jun Changshao would she look like a little woman. Once she entered work mode, she was still the conscientious and swift Rose of Flowers queen. She switched between home and work with ease. Sigh. The system sighed. "With a husband like this, what more could I ask for?" Boom! A sea of flowers dozens of miles wide was placed in the open space opposite Dragon Head Peak. Looking from Rose of Flowers' window, it could be seen clearly. If you like roses, plant them. If you like a sea of flowers, move them. This kind of steely straight man approach was quite a bit like an overbearing CEO. Chapter 1492. After returning to the sect, the first thing Jun Changshao did was to order Li Qingyang to survey the terrain and find the best place to place the mother of real stones. Although 10 billion true stones were not bad, this thing was even more valuable because it could allow chickens to lay eggs, and eggs to lay chickens, obtaining an endless amount of resources. In the various sects, it would definitely be regarded as a priceless treasure. Not long after, Li Qingyang found a good place. Although the size of the sect of all times did not change much from the lower realm, the entire Aeon Immortal Mountain was still quite big, so it was easy to place the mother of real stones there. Page dug a deep pit in the chosen place, and the disciples built a palace-like basement inside, piling up a high platform in the center. Shwa! Jun Changshao placed the heavy mother of real stones on top, and the flowing light covering the surface began to drift irregularly, gradually seeping into the cracks of the bricks and merging into the soil. "Brother," Gu Zhaoxi said, "it will condense true stones soon. How long will it take?" 400 to 500 years if it's fast, and 1,000 years if it's slow." Jun Changshao was speechless. This speed was too slow. If he did not complete the main mission during this period, the grass on his grave would have grown to the sky. Although the mother of real stones could nurture true stones, it needed time. For example, the previous mining vein conservatively estimated that it would take tens of thousands of years to reach such a large scale. Can I use the space-time secret realm to speed it up? Jun Changshao pondered. The system said, the acceleration effect of the secret realm is very limited. Even if it can increase the overall growth speed, it can't nurture a large number of true stones in a short time. Jun Changshao was silent. This kind of nurturing cycle was too long, and there was no time to wait. Unless, buy goods through the system? The system said, the space-time secret realm is used for martial artists to cultivate, so it's not suitable to speed up the mother of real stones. However, if you can buy the corresponding goods, you might be able to speed up the nurturing process, such as the seed nurturing pool and nourishing soil. Jun Changshao was silent. Although the system was suspected of promoting this time, it was exactly what he wanted. AI. Goshing sighed and then opened the system store skillfully. He prayed secretly, I can only rely on this. Chapter 1. Jun Changshao did not cheat. Once again, he shamelessly used this chapter. As expected of the patriarch of the Eternal Truth Sect, the mother of real stones could bring about future prospects for the sect, so he had to find a way to increase the speed of development. Thus, even if he risked being cursed at, he had to try. Ding! Ding! He swiped it 5 times in a row, but he didn't see anything. Jun Changshao hugged his head and said, You're forcing me to rush to the VIP section. In order to make the sect even more prosperous, Go Xing made a difficult decision and decided to activate the monthly VIP mode. Once again, he obtained 5 respawn chances, but in the end, he didn't get what he wanted. The money has already been recharged. Why haven't you given it to me yet? TSK. This kind of monthly VIP was nothing more than a first attempt. Did they really think that they would be given godly equipment at the start of the game, and that they would have to rely on fighting for higher quality equipment? Ingot received in seconds? Don't be stupid. The 5 respawn chances had been used up. If he wanted to continue, he would have to wait for the next month or recharge for the whole year. However, he only had 200,000 contribution points, which was not allowed at all, so he could only give up. It's too difficult. Jun Changshao said helplessly, It's too difficult for me. The mother of real stones had been settled down, but it required a lot of time to nurture real stones. It was destined that it would not be able to bring about the fastest benefits to the sect of all times. However, a powerful sect would definitely exist for a long time. Thus, it could be said that the merit was in the present and the benefits were in the future. Next, Jun Changshao began to distribute the real stones. This kind of martial arts resource, which was of a higher grade than the profound stone, definitely could not be used for consumption. Thus, it was undoubtedly the best choice for the disciples to absorb and quickly increase their realm. 10 billion true stones. After splitting it evenly, each person could get 100,000. Of course, Jun Changshao would definitely not share it with the disciples directly. Instead, he would first give each of them 10,000, and leave the rest in the vending machine, exchanging them with the disciples' contribution points that were rewarded by the sect's missions. The advantage of this was that he would not be negligent because he did not reap what he sowed. Instead, he would work harder to build the sect for the sake of resources. Moreover, after coming to the upper realm, the value of the disciples' shops gradually weakened. Everyone had nowhere to spend the contribution points they earned. Now that they had real stones, their enthusiasm was greatly aroused. Junior brother, let's go do missions. Let's go. After a large number of real stones were invested in the vending machine, the sect's atmosphere of doing missions was stronger than before. Of course, Jun Changshao would also distribute a certain amount of martial arts resources at a fixed time every month. He would not let them become mission maniacs and neglect their cultivation progress. Humanizing. It was the core of the sect. I'm speechless too. After arranging the real stones, Jun Changshao sat in the study and said, "This epic mission is too rigid. It has to wait for half a year before it's settled. It's not like you're being given it. What's the hurry?" The system said. Time passed day by day. Due to the more powerful martial arts resources, the disciples' breakthrough speed increased. In just half a month, there were disciples who went from lower position to middle position, and from middle position to upper position. "It's too powerful!" Jun Changshao exclaimed. The system said, "Real stones are a higher level of martial arts resources. They contain heaven and earth attributes and mysteries, which are incomparable to black stones. It's reasonable that they can help disciples improve quickly. If there are Tao stones and immortal stones, won't they break through in minutes?" It was difficult to satisfy the human heart. After Go Xing experienced the power of real stones, he hoped to obtain higher-level martial arts resources to greatly improve the sect's strength. Some readers would say, "How many times has the mind plot appeared? How can it not repeat itself?" In fact, a large sect that exists in the world relies on the accumulation of resources. If the sect of all times wants to become stronger, it is necessary to obtain mineral veins. Even if it was in another dimension, it would still do the same. What I can do is to simplify the process as much as possible and add some new elements, such as Patriarch. One day, Li Qingyang exclaimed, "Come out and see the phenomenon." Jun Changshao hurriedly walked out and saw a dazzling ray of light piercing through the clouds in the northwest direction. The sight of this ray of light was extremely shocking. The Taishan old man said, "Exactly 30 days. Kaki." Jun Changshao covered his face and laughed strangely. "Empress Lingyao, I hope you like this gift of mine." The phenomenon of the mineral vein appearing in the northwest direction could be seen from the southeast. It would definitely cause a huge commotion in the upper realm. That was right. After the light shot into the sky, various regional families and sects began to move, sending their most elite martial artists to the northwest. The sudden appearance of a phenomenon meant that a treasure had appeared. Real stone vein. The real stone vein has appeared. Many powerhouses who had done research on mineral veins could tell from the appearance of the phenomenon, which caused many martial artists to go crazy. It could be said that the light that connected heaven and earth was like a burning pillar of fire, attracting countless moths to it in the most beautiful form. The trap set up by the itinerant cultivator called Crazy for Love 100 years ago seemed to be very successful today. However, he would never have thought that the ultimate move that he had been holding back for 100 years would be released today. However, the real stones and various formation systems that existed inside were dug out and forcibly closed, completely losing their value. In the beginning, Jun Changshao could have let the formation system continue to exist, but in order to avoid suffering, he had the Taishan old man close it. What was this? This was a kind of chivalry. This was a way to clear his name. The Drizzle Hall moved quickly. Members were frequently dispatched and placed in various areas, forming a communication network to pass on information. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. The sound of a radio station was heard frequently. Jun Changshao sat in front of the hall of the Drizzle Hall, as if he had turned into a general who had experienced hundreds of battles, and the disciples around him had turned into intelligence receivers. Patriarch, Li Luoqiu said, according to the information sent from the front line, there are already 2 powerhouses from Taoist-level sects rushing over. Their strength is at least in the truth-seeking realm. TSK. Jun Changshao touched his chin and said, "Is a real stone lode so attractive? If it was just a very ordinary small lode, the Taoist-level sects might not be serious. However, the heaven and earth phenomenon rising this time was too strong, which meant that the load must be big, so they had to be serious. Of course, heavenly materials and earthly treasures could only be obtained by fate. Many powerful itinerant cultivators also rushed over. Half a day after the phenomenon rose, no less than 50 truth-seeking realm cultivators had gathered on the green grassland. This intensity is definitely a large load. Because of the Ling Yao Wonderland, the heaven and earth attributes are not strong here. Why is there a large load? Could it be the truth-seeking realm cultivators present were all old experts? They were immediately sure that the mother of real stones might be in the load. If so, they had to snatch it no matter what. Swish! Swish! More and more martial artists flew over from all over the world. In just a few days, the number of people increased from thousands to tens of thousands, until it grew to millions. Although Jun Changshao was not present, his spies had been set up in advance. Therefore, when he heard the news from the Drizzle Hall, he grinned and said, "This must be a big scene. Has Empress Ling Yao come out yet?" "Not yet." "Strange, there's a phenomenon in front of her door, but she can still sit still?" Jun Changshao was not in a hurry, because the show had just begun. When the heaven and earth phenomenon disappeared and the experts went in, they would definitely be suspicious and point the finger at Empress Ling Yao. In fact, Goshing's plan was not too clever. If the other party was powerful enough, they might be able to resolve it easily. But it did not matter. Jun Changshao's goal was simple: to disgust that woman. He succeeded. Empress Ling Yao had not appeared yet, but she was in the Grand Hall. Her tone was a little irritated. Why would a large real stone load appear outside the Wonderland for no reason? "My lord." The hunchbacked old man smiled. "Perhaps this is an opportunity for you." Empress Ling Yao shook her head. "The appearance of the load has attracted so many forces. If something happens, I'm afraid it will affect the Wonderland." In fact, she was irritated that a load had appeared in front of her door without her noticing at all. Now that the whole world knew about it, even if they wanted to get it, they would have to pay a high price. Sigh. She sighed. "I'll take it one step at a time." On the green grassland, more and more martial artists and itinerant cultivators rushed over. 70% of them were just there to watch the show. They knew that a load of this level could only be obtained by someone with absolute strength. Whoosh whoosh. The light that pierced through heaven and earth continued. After about 3 days, the special effect of 100 years finally ran out. The soil that buried the load gradually cracked, and then a majestic heaven and earth attribute was released. "It's out! Let's go!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, everyone rushed over and used their domineering true spirits to lift the cracked soil. If the array system was still there, it would definitely be a beautiful scene if they accidentally touched a real stone. Whoosh whoosh. The crack expanded infinitely, and the heaven and earth attribute was even more intense. This made the powerful cultivators even more excited, and they began to imagine how many real stones there were in there. Dig, dig. Everyone was even more invested. However, when they completely opened the tunnel, and the last portion of the heaven and earth attribute ticket was sent out, they were all dumbfounded. They were in the load. Since it had just appeared, why was there a load? Could it be? Everyone hurriedly looked around the walls, and when they saw the obvious signs of excavation, they finally could not suppress their emotions and burst out in unison. F***CK. Someone else got here first. PS3400+. Chapter 1493. Experts from all over the world had been camping in the green grassland for a few days, waiting for the phenomenon to end and the true stone mine to appear. Who would be able to accept that? They had been dug out. Someone had beaten them to it. Experts from all over the world leaned against the wall, their faces pained. They had roughly guessed from the remnants of the mine that there must have been a large number of true stones here before. Who? Someone couldn't control his emotions and roared, Who is it? The appearance of a true stone mine caused a huge commotion. Many factions and experts had spent a lot of money to rush here, only to enter such a large mine and not see a single true stone. It was undoubtedly a heavy blow. Be content. If Jun Changshao hadn't shut down the array system in advance, not to mention true stones, they would have been blown up by now. Who else could it be? An expert said coldly. It must be Empress Ling Yao. The mineral vein was right in front of her house. She was close to the water and enjoyed the moonlight first. She could figure it out if she used her brain a little. Of course, those experts who believed that it was Empress Ling Yao who had dug out the true stones were actually blaming her. After all, such a large mine had been dug out first, so there had to be someone, even if it was a scapegoat. No wonder that woman didn't appear after the phenomenon. She had already dug out the mine and is probably secretly laughing at us. If the mine was still in the Jade Tripod Mountains, the various experts might not have suspected Empress Ling Yao, but now that it was near the connection point, it was too easy to make the connection. In fact, they even felt like they were being toyed with. Let's go. Let's go find her. It was true that natural treasures were obtained by fate, but a large true stone mine had been dug out, so the various factions couldn't accept it. So, they planned to ask Empress Ling Yao for travel expenses. Otherwise, this trip would have been wasted. Whoosh, whoosh. Streams of light flew out of the mine and hovered at the vortex connected to Empress Ling Yao. What's going on? Aren't they fighting for the mine? The passers-by were a little confused. When a true stone mine appeared, the various sects would fight for the right to mine it. Why did they fly out so peacefully as soon as they entered? Wait, why aren't there any true stones in the mine? He was poached away in advance. The experts from various forces flew out. Only then did many people dare to release their spiritual senses into the mine. When they saw that it was empty inside, their expressions immediately became sluggish. Could it be Empress Ling Yao had dug him out? Why would a passerby think that way? This was because the experts of the various sects had all gathered at each other's doorstep. Buzz. It was then that Empress Ling Yao appeared out of thin air, shrouded in clouds and mist. Why are you standing outside my territory instead of fighting for the mine? She asked in a displeased tone. The experts of the various sects became even more furious. They felt that this woman was deliberately humiliating them. Humph! A powerhouse with a slightly irritable temper said coldly, "The true stones of the mine have all been dug out by you, so what are we still fighting for? Poached by me?" Due to the mist covering her face, he could not make out Empress Ling Yao's features. But from her tone, he could guess that she was probably in a daze right now. Actually, she had thought about it carefully before the mine had appeared. In the end, she had decided to give up on fighting for it because there were too many Dao sects, and she might end up offending them. But now, that person had really not participated in anything, and now she was saying that she had poached him? Framed? Framed? What? A Dao sect higher-up said coldly, "Empress Ling Yao, you dared to do it, but you don't dare to admit it? My apologies." Empress Ling Yao said, "I didn't dig the mine, so why should I admit it?" She paused. "Even if I did, what can you do to me?" Her tone was overbearing. What she meant was that the mine had no owner. Even if she had gotten it, were they going to fight for it? However, the experts of the various sects unanimously agreed that this woman had admitted to it. "Girl," one of the higher-ups said coldly, "although you hold a position in the World Hall, don't think too highly of yourself. A person from the lower realm, who ascended thousands of years ago, was able to sneak into the World Hall in such a short time. Who knows what kind of underhanded methods she used?" Someone next to him said disdainfully. The World Hall was very powerful in the upper realm, but it was only limited to low-level sects and itinerant cultivators. The Dao sects did not care about it at all, and would only bow their heads if the 10 great immortal sects came forward. Women. Aren't those the only ways to get to the top? Someone sneered. Empress Ling Yao said coldly, you've gone too far. One of the experts said angrily. You dug up the true stone mine and purposely released the vision of heaven and earth to attract us here. Aren't you going too far? In fact, they were not being unreasonable. If the mine had been found by someone else, they would have accepted it. But you've already gotten it, yet you still released the vision of heaven and earth to attract everyone here. Cut the crap, the impatient expert said. Hurry up and give us a portion of the true stones. The other sect's intentions were simple. Since they had been tricked by you, they would not return empty-handed. At least 3 to 5, no, 8 to 9 million true stones. They had underestimated this large mine. If they had known that Jun Changshao had dug up 10 billion true stones, they would have demanded a few 100 million true stones. If they had known that there were true stones, they would have fought with all their might. I don't have any true stones, how can I share them with you? Empress Ling Yao was really depressed. If she had gotten the mine, she could have shared some with them to avoid trouble. But the problem was that she had not taken anything and knew nothing, so how could she share it? Hugh! The experts of the other sects all released their cultivation. Clearly, they were using their actions to tell this woman that this was not over until they had shared the true stones. Patriarch, an intelligence agent of the sect of all times, said, the experts of the other sects have all released their cultivation. They will clash with Empress Ling Yao at any time. Jun Changshao picked up the goblet next to him with his right hand and gently swirled the tea inside. He smiled and said, this feels good. Although the trick was a little low level, it seemed that the effect had far exceeded his expectations. This woman represents the realm hall after all. If she clashes with the other sects, she will probably be scolded by her superiors. She might even lose her job. The more Jun Changshao thought about it, the more comfortable he felt. Patriarch. At this moment, Jingji, who was temporarily acting as an intelligence agent, said, the front line sent news that a white-haired old woman suddenly appeared at the entrance of the realm. Who? Enlightened cultivator Qing Wei. Is she also here for the mine? To be worthy of an enlightened cultivator, he must be at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. It seemed that things were getting out of hand. Wait a minute. If one day I also reach the peak of the truth-seeking realm, what title should I give myself? Perfected Super Handsome? Perfected Jun Shui? Perfected Go Xing? The system complained. Get lost. Patriarch. Jingji said, it has been confirmed that perfected Qing Wei is Empress Ling Yao's master. Jun Changshao looked stunned and said, I didn't expect this woman to have a master at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. She really can't be underestimated. Patriarch. Jingji reported again. After perfected Qing Wei appeared, the situation changed. The experts of the various sects left the green grassland one after another. They didn't fight? No. Did the woman give you any money? No. Jun Changshao leaned back in his chair and said with a broken face, this trap that I carefully set up was easily broken just because perfected Qing Wei appeared. Damn it. Go Xing held the goblet tightly, not caring at all. However, the face reflected on it gradually changed, and a sinister smile appeared. Empress Ling Yao, this is only the first round. There will be more tricks waiting for you in the future. Sigh. The system said helplessly, I can't tell who is the protagonist and who is the villain at all. Chapter 1494. The Green Grassland. The cultivators of the various sects left one after another, and so did the spectators. The tense atmosphere faded away. All of this was thanks to the beautiful white-haired woman who was hovering in the air. She was perfected Qing Wei. It was hard to imagine that such a beautiful woman would be the demoness who had massacred her entire clan out of hatred, and was even labeled as a traitor. Wait a minute? Didn't the intelligence say it was a white-haired old woman? Why was it a white-haired beauty? The Drizzle Hall members mixed in with the spectators were too far away to determine her appearance, so they could only judge from her back and hair color. Thank you, Master. Empress Lingyao's tone was very respectful. If perfected Qingwei hadn't appeared, the two sides might not have fought, but they would have compromised and handed over a large number of true stones. Jun Changshao would have been very satisfied with such an outcome. At least that woman would have lost her resources. The plan had to be done step by step, and it was unrealistic to kill her directly. Perfected Qingwei landed at the entrance of the mine and asked with her spiritual sense, "Did you dig out the true stones inside?" Even her master was suspicious. Empress Lingyao answered honestly, "No." "That's strange." Perfected Qingwei was puzzled. "Such a large mine, why is it so empty when it just appeared? Could it have been dug out by someone in advance to frame you?" Empress Lingyao guessed. She had been wondering why a mine would suddenly appear on the grassland. After all, she often came here and didn't find any clues. It was as if it had appeared out of thin air. Someone dug out the true stones and brought the mine here? Perfected Qingwei asked. It's hard to say. Empress Lingyao wasn't too sure. After all, who would do such a boring thing for no reason? Or was it just to disgust her? Jun Changshao was bored and had nothing better to do, so he did it to disgust her. "I told you not to join the World Hall because there are many people who hate this organization," Perfected Qingwei said. "Now that you've been framed, I'm afraid it's also because of the World Hall." Empress Lingyao didn't say anything. Forget it, Perfected Qingwei said. "This is the path you chose. I won't interfere. I hope you can be careful in the future." "Yes." Empress Lingyao's tone was respectful throughout, and it was clear that her master still held some weight in her heart. Reverend Qingwei said, "You went to the extreme cave not long ago?" "Not bad." "You saw Tong Gu?" "Yes." "I heard that this old fellow has taken in a disciple called Jun Don't Cry." Jun Changshao. "To be able to ascend with a mountain and an entire sect, this Jun Buxiao must be extraordinary." Empress Lingyao corrected her. "Shifu, his name is Jun Changshao." "More or less," said Taoist Qingwei. "One doesn't smile, while the other smiles frequently. Their meanings are completely different." Empress Lingyao understood her master's personality, so she didn't dwell on the name. "I heard that Jinren Tonggu and Gu Hong Jinren have agreed to a 10-year duel between their disciples." Taoist Qingwei was a bit surprised. "Those two old fellows have been fighting for so long, and now they're up to something again?" "No, I have to go ask and see if I can participate." Empress Lingyao said, "Shifu, I have to focus on breaking through to the truth-seeking stage. I don't have time to fight with them." As soon as she finished speaking, Taoist Qingwei disappeared. Empress Lingyao thought to herself, she didn't really go to Jinren Tonggu, did she? She knew that her Shifu was very competitive. If she forced herself to participate in the game set up by the two seniors, as a disciple, she would definitely have to face the 10-year duel. Sigh. Empress Lingyao sighed and landed in the empty mine. "Who's scheming against me?" Extreme cave. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and the entire chessboard exploded. Jinren Tonggu and Masato Kitano were in the middle of playing chess. One was furious, the other secretly delighted, and the other looked up at Taoist Qingwei who had suddenly appeared. "Old woman, I almost won you." Jinren Tonggu was so angry that he couldn't speak. "Who are you calling old?" Taoist Qingwei frowned. True spirit gradually gathered in her palm, and the special effect was instantly activated. Jinren Tonggu, who had been quite irritable, suddenly calmed down. As a martial artist of the same generation, he knew this woman very well. Once she was completely enraged, she would definitely go berserk. "Humph." Jinren Tonggu waved his sleeve and said indifferently, "What business do you have in my cave? I heard that you and Gu Hong Old Man made a 10-year duel, and the winner will be determined by the disciples taught by each other?" "That's right. Count me in." Jinren Tonggu was stunned. Taoist Qingwei said, "When the time comes, I will bring my disciples to fight with yours." Jinren Tonggu's mouth twitched. Your disciple, Empress Ling Yao, has already reached the 9 transformation dance stage. Isn't this bullying? Afraid of losing? Taoist Qingwei said. Holy shit. This woman is so arrogant. Zhenren Tonggu couldn't suppress his anger and said angrily, Okay, let your disciple fight for the 10-year duel. Masato Kitano was speechless in his heart. Just saying that he's afraid of losing provoked him. Is this the mentality of a peak truth-seeking realm cultivator? It's settled then. Taoist Qingwei said, I'll go find Guhong old man. Swish. After saying that, she disappeared. Masato Kitano shook his head and said, I haven't seen her for many years, but this woman is still so domineering. Guhong old man is not a pushover either. If she really goes to find him, the two of them will probably fight, Zhenren Tonggu said. You'd better care about your disciple. Masato Kitano said, There's one more 9 transformation dance stage opponent. Zhenren Tonggu broke down. The gap between the two of them is so big, how can they fight? Although Jun Changshao, who broke through to the 6th transformation, gave him an absolute shock, compared to Empress Ling Yao, he was only a little brother. Moreover, his talent was not weak either. He might even enter the truth-seeking realm within the 10-year duel. You shouldn't have agreed. It's not like you don't know that woman's bad temper. If I had refused, I'm afraid I would have already fought with her. True. No, Zhenren Tonggu said. I have to quickly go to the Sect of all times and tell my disciple this unfortunate news, so that he can prepare for a beating in advance. Admitting defeat before even fighting, Shizuen, there's no one else like you. Masato Kitano was speechless. Sect of all times. Jun Changshao held his head and broke down. Shizuen, next time you come, can you tell me not to force my way in? Disciple. Zhenren Tonggu said seriously, Master has bad news for you. What news? Seeing his Shizuen's serious expression, Jun Changshao immediately became serious. Even the atmosphere of the Sect of all times became normal. There's another opponent for the 10-year duel. Who? Empress Ling Yao. What? Jun Changshao's eyes widened. Zhenren Tonggu told him about Taoist Qing Wei's visit and said encouragingly, Although the opponent is a little strong, Master believes that you can overcome it. Jun Changshao fell silent for a moment, then lowered his head and said, Shizuen, disciple will not fight with that woman. You're admitting defeat? Zhenren Tonggu was disappointed. Although he did not think that his disciple could defeat Empress Ling Yao, as a man, he could not say no. Even if he lost, he had to lose standing. No. Jun Changshao looked up and pointed into the distance. Empress Ling Yao's opponent is him. Zhenren Tonggu looked over and saw a calm-looking young man standing at the back of the mountain. He clenched his fists and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. I will fight her in the 10-year duel. Chapter 1495. Empress Ling Yao had joined the promise of 10 years, but Jun Changshao would not fight with her. She was An You's enemy, and he had to defeat her personally to take revenge. No. The Taishin elder said, this kid is too weak. He did not have high hopes for the 6th transformation Goxing, much less the 2nd transformation Yixingchen. Of course, it was not that he was underestimating An You, but the gap between them was too big. If he went over, he would definitely be beaten to a pulp. Master. Jun Changshao said, have you heard of a saying? What saying? 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not bully the young for being poor. Zhenren Tonggu rolled his eyes. Don't give me these useless words of encouragement. Jun Changshao said, there are still 6 to 7 years until the promise. I believe that An You can defeat Empress Ling Yao, because... He looked at Yi Xingchen again and said proudly, he is a disciple of the Sect of all times. His words were loud and clear, echoing throughout the Sect for a long time. Crack! Yi Xingchen clenched his fists again. The blood in his body seemed to boil under the encouragement of the sect of all times. Genren Tonggu was speechless. If she doesn't improve, won't she grow? He was most worried that Empress Ling Yao would enter the truth-seeking realm. By then, there would be no suspense. Master, Jun Changshao said seriously, she can improve, she can grow, but she won't be as fast as my disciple. Go Xing did not know if he could make Anyo stronger, or even surpass Empress Ling Yao, but that did not stop him from setting a goal for himself. People must have goals, must have dreams. Yi Xingchen, tell me loudly, can you defeat her? Patriarch Yi Xingchen stood at the back of the mountain, his blood boiling. He looked up and roared, not only will I defeat her, I will kill her myself. Genren Tonggu's expression was interesting. Did my disciple's head get kicked by a donkey? With only rank 2 cultivation, he dares to say that he can kill a rank 9 reincarnation Dan cultivator? AI. He sighed and said, I've told you everything. Prepare well. Don't let me down during the promise of 10 years. Swish. With that, he flew out of the sect of all times. After he left, Li Qingyang and the others appeared one after another. They stopped in front of Yi Xingchen and gave him encouraging looks. Junior brother Yi. Su Xiaoma punched him in the chest and said, Shi Xiang believes you can do it. Yi Xingchen's expression remained cold, but his heart warmed. Right now, he was no longer fighting alone. A large number of disciples gathered at the back of the mountain. They stood near Yi Xingchen. The camera moved past them and finally stopped at the plaque with the words unyielding steel on it. Li Tiantian naturally would not miss this opportunity. He quickly found a good angle and pressed the shutter button, creating a picture that symbolized unity. On the mountain peak, Yi Xingchen sat alone on a huge rock, looking at the sea of clouds in the distance. Even though he had declared that he was going to defeat Empress Ling Yao, he knew better than anyone else in his heart that if he were to fight against that woman, he had no chance of winning at all. I'm still too weak. Yi Xingchen's eyes were filled with dejection. In the past, he would never have such a mentality when facing a strong enemy, because Night Emperor's pride did not allow him to lower his head. But now it was different, because fighting with Empress Ling Yao would not only represent himself, but also the sect. The pressure was immense. Jun Changxiao's attitude towards rows of flowers had changed. Yi Xingchen's attitude towards the sect of all times was even more obvious. They had truly become one, although it was difficult to change their prideful personalities. Ta! Suddenly, a sound came from behind. Turning around, there was a jar of drunken dreams beside him. Junior brother Yi. Xiao Ziji sat on a tree in the distance, one leg dangling casually. He held a jar of wine in his hand and smiled. How about we have a showdown? Yi Xingchen's eyes were filled with disdain. He did not dare to say that he was the strongest disciple in the sect of all times in martial arts, but he was not afraid of anyone in the way of wine. Come. Anyo skillfully opened the jar and took a sip of drunken dreams. It was very irritating. It was a good way to relieve his worries with wine. Xiao Ziji lifted his jar of drunken dreams as well. One sat on a huge rock, the other on a tree, drinking to their heart's content. The atmosphere was instantly set off. Junior brother. Xiao Ziji wiped the wine stain from the corner of his mouth and recalled the past. Back then in the lower realm, I had no cultivation and was a complete piece of trash. But the Patriarch still set a 3-year promise for me. Do you know why? Hearing this, Yi Xingchen understood why he wanted to drink with him. So he replied, because of the goal, the motivation? No. Xiao Ziji took another sip of wine and said, because the Patriarch has the confidence to make me stronger. Yi Xingchen's expression became interesting. This answer was completely different from what he had expected. Facts have proven it. Xiao Ziji said, the Patriarch has the ability to make a piece of trash like me stand up again in 3 years and regain the dignity that I once lost. What are you trying to say? Believe in the patriarch and believe in yourself. Yi Xingqian fell silent. Then, he lifted the wine jar and drank. Xiao Ziji did not continue. Simple words were enough to express the meaning. There was no need to repeat it because it would seem more deliberate. The lower realm, the 3-year promise. The upper realm, the 10-year promise. They had both been hurt by a woman and had the same battle promise. These two were really good friends who would walk together for life. Gulp, gulp. Yi Xingqian drank the entire jar of drunken dreams. Then, he stood up shakily and threw it out. He spread his arms and shouted, I, Yi Xingqian, will definitely defeat that woman. Bang! The empty jar drew a beautiful arc and fell directly from the mountain peak. It accurately hit the Purple King's head. That bastard threw it from high up. Don't you know it's dangerous? After drinking, Yi Xingqian's confusion was gone. He focused more on cultivation and believed that the patriarch must have a way to make him stronger. In fact, Jun Changshao was very conflicted. Although he had set a small goal for Anyo, how could he make him stronger quickly? Sigh. The system was speechless. Don't make your disciple raise flags again. Don't talk nonsense. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes. Hurry up and think of a way to make Anyo stronger quickly. Use all the martial arts resources of the sect on him alone. The system said. Can he surpass Empress Ling Yao? No. Then what the hell are you talking about? The system said, with the power of the entire sect, he should be able to make a qualitative leap in a few years. But Empress Ling Yao also cultivate. So, at this time, he will need the help of the system store. As expected, Jun Changshao was speechless. We still have to rely on it. The system said, the gap between Yi Xingqian and Empress Ling Yao is too big. If he wants to catch up or even surpass her in 6 or 7 years, there is only one way. Or he can jump off a cliff. Who knows? He might accidentally get the inheritance of a powerful person and be able to reach max level immediately after he comes out. Jun Changshao facepalmed. Then let's do it. At least it's more realistic. Chapter 1496. Since he had decided to let Yi Xingqian fight Empress Ling Yao in the promise of 10 years, it was important to find a way to make him stronger in the next 6 or 7 years. There was no other way but to cheat. Actually, the system said, you can make yourself stronger and help your disciple take revenge. Jun Changshao shook his head. What happened in the lower realm has hurt Anyo too much. Only by breaking his inner demons can he improve. All I can do is help him as much as I can. There was no joke, no joke. Go Xing might not be a good person or a good husband, but from the perspective of the sect, he was a good patriarch. Even the biggest dog, Gohei, agreed. So the host must be prepared to spend a lot of resources to help a disciple, the system said. Jun Changshao said, if I can help him break free from his inner demons, any price is worth it. For now, the sect of all time's martial arts resources were evenly distributed. Even if the core disciples received more, they still cared about balanced development. If they wanted Yi Xingqian to break through quickly, they could only use the power of the entire sect to help him. This was a common practice among the major sections. For example, they would invest all their martial arts resources on a talented junior to help them grow in the shortest time possible. With Yi Xingqian's talent and potential, he deserved such treatment. But the problem was, Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma, and other disciples could all be promoted. So, the sect of all times had always treated all core disciples equally. They did not really train any one of them, because there were too many geniuses to choose from. Any one of them would have the life of a main character. It would be impossible to promote all of them. On the other hand, if other sects encountered a top genius, they would definitely use all their resources on him, betting on the future of the sect. The next day, Jun Changshao took out a few spatial rings and said, there are 10 million true stones in here. Take them and cultivate. If you don't have enough, come find me. Yi Xingqian was a little confused. 10 million might not be a lot for a sect, but for a person, it was definitely a huge amount of martial arts resources. Patriarch, isn't that a little too much? Although Big Brother Anyo was arrogant in the past, he had always been active in all kinds of competitions and fights in order to obtain more resources to improve himself. Now that the Patriarch had given him 10 million true stones for free, he actually felt that it was a bit too much, and his mentality had changed greatly. Should I take some more? Shua. Yi Xingchen hurriedly took the interspatial ring. Just now, he was just trying to decline. In fact, he was feeling quite good. After all, such a large amount of resources would definitely allow him to make a substantial improvement in his cultivation base. Jun Changshao said, "We'll begin immediately. Don't do any sect missions for the time being. Focus all your attention on cultivation." Yes. Yi Xingchen left the hall and entered the space-time secret realm. 6 or 7 years wasn't a long time, but it wasn't short either. He had to work hard at all times to raise his cultivation level as soon as possible. Only then would he be able to live up to his patriarch and his fellow disciples. Of course, cultivating in seclusion was equivalent to building a car behind closed doors. The path of cultivation required actual combat. Therefore, in the following days, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others took turns to spar with Anyo. The standard of the spar was very high because the special effects of the words were activated. In terms of overall strength, Yi Xingchen was stronger than many core disciples, but not by much. Therefore, the level of excitement in the battle was still very high. Boom! Boom! On the martial arts field supported by various arrays, the heaven-crossing palm print and other martial arts techniques were frequently used. It could be said that the battle was very beautiful. Thump, thump, thump. After a while, Yi Xingchen took more than 10 steps back and bent over to gasp for breath. "Senior brother." He Wudi cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for letting me win." Yi Xingchen wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to himself, "This guy is too strong." He challenged Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others one after another. His overall strength was slightly better, but he was defeated by He Wudi. He even felt that he couldn't see through him anymore. It wasn't just Yi Xingchen. Jun Changshao also realized it. This last disciple usually kept a low profile in the sect. He didn't even make a sound. However, every time he fought, there would always be a big change. It was as if he suddenly became stronger. "Senior brother," He Wudi said, "although the heaven-crossing palm print you used just now was not bad, there were obvious flaws in the process of using it. If you can fix this problem, you should be able to improve quite a lot." "TSK." Yi Xingchen snorted coldly. This guy in charge of closing the door was actually giving him pointers? I see. In the cultivation room, after carefully listening to the explanation and analysis of the heaven-crossing palm print, Yi Xingchen walked out with a sudden realization. His eyes were shining with a bright luster. He will understand after a little guidance. This senior brother Ye's aptitude is also not bad. He Wudi walked out and thought to himself. Originally, he planned to continue to be an invisible person in the sect. However, after seeing Yi Xingchen working hard to cultivate for the 10 years night, he decided to help him improve his understanding of martial arts. Invincible. Just as he walked out of the cultivation room, Jun Changshao stood in front of the main hall and waved. He smiled and said, "Come here." He Wudi felt an ominous feeling in his heart. Sure enough, arriving at the main hall, Jun Changshao sat at the head of the table. His 10 fingers were clasped together and he said meaningfully, "You are not simple." Goxing saw clearly that he was guiding Yi Xingchen in the cultivation room. He was even surprised that this guy had such a high understanding of the heaven-crossing palm print. Perhaps even Gu Zhaoxi could not compare to him. In the past, He Wudi had discussed with the system, but it did not attract much attention. Now, it was a good opportunity to ask if this last disciple had any unspeakable stories. "Patriarch, I Everyone has their own secrets. If you don't want to tell me, I will not force you. He Wudi fell silent. Jun Changshao walked down and patted him on the shoulder. He said, actually, when I first met you, I knew that you were not simple. That was why I took you in as my last disciple. He Wudi wanted to cry at the mention of being his last disciple. Because this was really just a way to close the door. If I am not wrong, Jun Changshao said, you should be from the upper realm like the black and white Rakshasas, right? When he was in the lower realm, he used the dazzling light sunglasses to analyze that the other party had a super divine grade spirit root. Now that he was in the upper realm and his strength was gradually revealed, he was even more determined. That's right. He Wudi did not deny it. Why did you appear in the lower realm? Jun Changshao asked. Because. He Wudi thought for a while and confessed, the 7 mysterious rays broken scroll. Jun Changshao was surprised. He Wudi immediately told him about how he obtained the scroll and how he was hunted down by various powerhouses and forced to the lower realm, forcing his body and level to be completely reset to 0. However, he hid a very important piece of information, which was that it did not happen in the upper realm, but in another world. How many scrolls are there? 1. Jun Changshao looked calm on the surface, but in fact, his heart was breaking down. The case was solved. The case was finally solved. The first 7 mysterious rays broken scroll that he bought in the store was snatched from this unlucky guy. Chapter 1497. Based on the past, Jun Changshao could roughly confirm that anyone who bought a remnant scroll must have stolen it from somewhere else, such as the rows of flowers from Volume 2 and the black and white Rakshasa from Volume 3. But what about the first remnant scroll? There should be a victim here, right? Today, when he Wudi told part of his story, the mystery of many years was finally solved. It turned out that he was the first unlucky person. Fate. The system said, this is fate. Bah. Jun Chang laughed and said, my max level account was reset to 0 because of you. But the one who benefited was the host. The system said. I didn't know. In this matter, Jun Changshao could not be said to be at fault. After all, he did not know that there was such a trap in the system store. If he had known, there would be no ifs. Later I understood. He Wudi said, the disappearance of the remnant scroll was actually fate. Because without it, I would not have joined the sect created by Senior Qishuan to pursue higher martial arts mysteries. To be honest, falling from a high-level world to a low-level world and having his cultivation level reset, if it were anyone else, they would not have been able to bear it. He must have been in pain at first, but only after joining the sect of all times did he have a deeper understanding. Fate. All of this was fate. He Wudi even often wondered if it was Senior Qishuan's arrangement that he could find the remnant scroll and come to the falling star continent. Some might say that his imagination was too much. In fact, when one's cultivation reached a certain level, one would believe in such things very much. Especially Senior Qishuan, who had a very high position in He Wudi's heart. He even worshipped him as God. God. Omnipotent. Moreover, because the remnant scroll disappeared, he was forced to come to the lower realm. In the end, he saw a copy in the sect of all times and even the full set. How could he not imagine? What realm were you at before you came? Jun Changshao asked. He Wudi thought for a while and said, truth-seeking realm. When he explained the reason just now, he deliberately hid important information, so he had to hide his realm as well. Otherwise, it would be easy to be exposed. No wonder. Jun Changshao said, you have such a deep understanding of the sect's martial arts. The strongest fighter in the sect of all times was Gu Zhaoxi, who was only at the 8 refinement transformation realm. Cultivators at the truth-seeking realm were undoubtedly at a higher level and stronger. AI. He Wudi sighed and said, although my understanding of martial arts is very high, I still need to improve my realm step by step. Her meaning was very clear. She was telling Jun Changshao that she was now a phoenix in dire straits. She was even worse than a chicken. Don't count on her to support the sect. He Wudi was really too low-key. If one had to use a word to describe him, it would be Kingo. The reason for this kind of personality was that the world he lived in was not weak, but it was definitely not top-notch. He could only struggle his way up. He did not have the experience of controlling lightning like the Night Emperor did in his previous life. To put it bluntly, He Wudi was just a small figure in a high-level world. He kept a low profile and gradually grew up. His personality was destined not to be too ostentatious. He even had to endure at all times. He and Yi Xingchen were two extremes. They represented Go and Fu respectively. So, Jun Changshao patted his shoulder again and said, "Guide on Yo more during this period of time so that he can become stronger faster." He Wudi was dumbfounded. Of course. Jun Changshao added, "If you have time, you can also teach Wu Tang and replace Elder Go and the others to explain martial arts problems to your fellow disciples. I understand that your level is reset to 0. But after all, he used to be at the truth-seeking realm. His martial arts knowledge must be rich. It was the best choice to bring benefits to his fellow disciples. Patriarch, it's decided." When He Wudi revealed his former identity and realm, he was immediately given a good job to be in charge of guiding Yi Xingchen and the other sections. Of course, the premise was that he had to do it after closing the door. "It's too difficult for me. Contribution points, contribution points." Sitting on the chair in the study, Jun Changshao rubbed his temples. Giving Yi Xingchen a lot of resources and letting He Wudi, who had rich martial arts experience, teach him could only be a conventional way of improvement. If conditions permitted, he would definitely cheat. However, the contribution points were not enough. Jun Changshao did not believe that after the free refresh CD, he could get the items he wanted as he wished. Moreover, even if he could not afford it with only 200,000 points. Do the task. Let the disciple do the task faster. Fortunately, the appearance of the new sect task gave Jun Changshao a stable channel to obtain the 3 contribution points, instead of relying on the system to trigger the side task. By the way, there is an epic task. I hope that there will be a lot of rewards after the settlement, such as the elixir formula to upgrade to the truth-seeking realm. Say something, say something. No problem at all. The host will get what he wants. The system finally spoke. In view of its previous ability to reverse the milk, this time it directly said something good. Come on. Wait for the slap in the face. The news of a large real stone vein being unearthed in the green grassland gradually spread in the upper realm and instantly became the hottest topic. Of course, everyone was more concerned about who had dug the vein away. Who else could it be? It must be Empress Lingyao. I heard that all the sects gathered at the entrance of the immortal land to interrogate her. If immortal Qingwei did not appear, I'm afraid they would have fought. This woman does not have much power in the realm hall, but she dares to compete with so many sects for the vein. She has guts. From the discussion, it was not difficult to see that Jun Changshao's trick was very successful. All the martial artists believed that Empress Lingyao had dug the large vein away. If a lie was told too often, it would become true. If a rumor spread too often, it would gradually become the truth. Master. In the magnificent palace, a stooped old man frowned. The upper realm is talking about you. Empress Lingyao said, only fools will listen to rumors. The realm hall knows that you are immortal Qingwei's disciple, and wants you to go to the headquarters as soon as possible. The stooped old man said. Empress Lingyao was irritated. She had been maliciously framed this time. Other than arousing suspicion, she had not suffered any substantial losses. She was only a little hurt that her master was immortal Qingwei. After all, the latter had a grudge with the realm hall and was classified as a traitor. I thought I could hide it for a little longer, but since they know, it doesn't matter. Empress Ling Yao asked, "How's the investigation?" "Master," the stooped old man said, "no suspicious person has entered the northwest in the past few months, and no one has entered the Green Plains." She had been tricked, so of course she had to investigate. However, Jun Changshao had done well in this regard. He had either traveled at full speed on the ancient warship or set up an isolation array, so he had not been discovered by passers-by. It made sense. Knowing that the vein had appeared from the mission in advance, he had to be careful when he came. Otherwise, if others found out, he would attract suspicion and trouble. Empress Lingyao said, "The person who set me up is not simple. Could it be that the buried moon pavilion has found out that I killed their spy in the realm hall?" "It's possible," the stooped old man agreed. Chapter 1498. Whoosh! Yi Xingqian walked out of the space-time secret realm, his aura stronger than before. That's right. He had broken through to rank 3. Took him 4 months. From a normal cultivation point of view, it was not slow at all, but super fast. However, it took tens of millions of true stones just to raise 1 level. This was not a price an ordinary martial artist could afford. If he relied on resources, it would not be a problem. After all, Jun Changshao still had a lot of resources. He could use them all to help Yi Xingqian. However, as one's realm got higher, they could not rely on resources to break through. They also needed to comprehend it. For example, Yi Xingqian had already reached the peak of Qi changing stage. 1 more step and he would reach spirit changing stage. He could not rely on resources to break through. He had to rely on his own comprehension. To put it bluntly, there were 3 stages in rank 9. One could eat resources to break through, but when one reached a certain threshold, they could only rely on their own abilities. The most typical example was the Taishan Elder. His realm was the same as Yi Xingqian's, rank 3, but he was still far away from rank 4. Why? Because this was a threshold that needed to be seriously comprehended. The Taishan Elder's heart was not on martial arts, but on divination. In the past, he could break through to rank 3 while cultivating, but he had to be extremely focused as he advanced. If he broke through carelessly, then he would have to continue wasting time. 369. Core Changing Stage Bottleneck. Of course, this bottleneck did not apply to Jun Changshao, because he only needed to complete the epic mission to break through to a higher level. There was no need for him to calm down and comprehend. "I hope I won't be stuck for too long," Yi Xingqian prayed in his heart. But after cultivating for another half a month, he found that he had no gains at all. If there was a problem, he would find the patriarch. Jun Changshao scratched his head and said, "Ask the Black and White Guardians." This guy had leveled up by doing missions, so he had no understanding of the cultivation process. He could not pass on the relevant martial arts experience. Yi Xingqian found the Black and White Rakshas. The Qi conversion stage is the transition from the spirit conversion stage to the spirit conversion stage. Its purpose is to pry into the profound power of the true spirit hidden within the heaven and earth attribute. Only by transforming the energy core within the body can it be sublimated, the Black Rakshasa explained to him. "How long did the 2 of you take?" Yi Xingqian asked. 500 years. More than 400 years. Bullshit. The White Rakshasa roared, "You're 1 year faster than me. 499 years is also more than 400 years. Am I wrong?" The Black Rakshasa said calmly. The 2 brothers quarreled again. Yi Xingqian left with a look of despair on his face. The 2 guardians in the upper realm were also considered as martial artists with talent. It took them hundreds of years to advance from 3rd transformation to 4th transformation. How could he do it in just 6 or 7 years? Anyo. Jun Changshao encouraged him. As long as your thinking doesn't decline, there will always be more solutions than difficulties. Yi Xingqian took a deep breath and said, Patriarch, whether or not I can break through quickly will depend on you. Hurry up and give me some elixirs. Don't be anxious. Jun Changshao said, I should have it soon. There were only a few days left until the 4th epic mission settlement day. He placed his hopes on the reward. He would not be so extravagant as to give a formula for breaking through to the truth transformation realm. Even a formula for the spirit transformation realm would be fine. What if you don't give it? The system asked. Jun Changshao said, then I can only go to the merchant shop. In the past 5 months, the disciples had done missions one after another, and their 3 points had all increased evenly. Now that they had accumulated quite a lot, if they really had no other choice, they would spend money like crazy. For example, they could buy VIP tickets for the year. A few days later. Ding. Epic mission settlement. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the large true stone vein in the Jade Tripod Mountains. You have met the requirements. Epic mission completed. Completion rate, 100%. Host has received 1 million contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 344,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the Upper Realm Epic Mission number 4. You have received Seal Opening Talisman, 4, X1, must do what you say X1. That's it? Hearing the reward, Jun Changxiao's expression collapsed. Could it be that because the completion rate was only 100%, he only received a 4th-generation Seal Opening Talisman and must do what you say? Jun Changxiao said happily, that's good stuff. Back then, he had also received one when he completed a mission. Its function was to raise one's cultivation level by a large realm for no reason. Now that he had completed the Upper Realm Epic Mission, he had received another one. Perhaps it could help Yi Xingchen break through to the truth-seeking realm in an instant. Ha ha! Jun Changxiao covered his face and laughed. This is better than the pill recipe. The pill recipe still required him to find the herbs. The must do what you say, he could directly take it out and call out its name. It could not be more convenient. The system was speechless. Am I not a toxic healer? It was hoping that the host would get what he wanted, but in the end, he got what he wanted, and it was even better than what he had imagined. Sigh. I'm having a harder time than he would. Ding. The host has successfully broken through to the 7th transformation core realm. Huff huff. Just as Jun Changxiao was about to go wild with joy, he suddenly froze on the spot. His thoughts and soul seemed to have merged into some kind of illusion. The 7th transformation was classified as the reincarnation stage. Therefore, he, who had once again relied on missions to level up, instantly entered a brand new martial Dao world, and then crazily absorbed the profound meaning that existed inside. Buzz. A moment later, Jun Changxiao returned to reality, holding his head in pain. Because he had relied on cheating to level up, he did not experience the process of comprehending the reincarnation stage. Therefore, now that he had suddenly entered it, he naturally had to experience the pain of his soul becoming stronger. In short, he forcefully poured all kinds of knowledge and energy into his sea of consciousness and body. Phew! The pain lasted for an hour. When he gradually adapted to the higher realm, Jun Changxiao directly leaned on the chair as if he had collapsed. Then, he broke down and said, only 1 level. It's normal. The system said indifferently. If he skipped a level every time, would the upper realm survive? The completion rate of Epic Mission 4 was only 100%. Therefore, whether it was the contribution points, rewards, or even the improvement of the realm, they were all very limited. This made Jun Changxiao very dissatisfied. Forget it, forget it. Let Anyo break through to the truth-seeking realm first. He hurriedly contacted Yi Xingchen and asked him to come to the main hall as soon as possible. Jun Changxiao's first thought was to let his disciple level up. It was enough to show that he was a very qualified patriarch, a selfless person. He could not make it up anymore. The reason was that the item could not be used by the person himself. Patriarch. Yi Xingchen came to the main hall and said, "What's the matter?" Jun Changshao interlocked his fingers and said with a smile, "If you were given a chance to choose, what level would you want to be promoted to?" "The strongest in the upper realm." Jun Changshao almost fell off his chair. This wish was a little too big. With the promise mechanism, it was definitely impossible. Lower it. The peak of the truth-seeking realm. Lower it a little more. Then break through the core transformation stage and enter the truth-seeking realm. Snap. Jun Changshao snapped his fingers and said, "As you wish." "As I wish?" Just as Yi Xingchen was dumbfounded, he saw the Patriarch take out a large conch and shouted, "Improve, Yi Xingchen. Reason. My disciple. Meets the requirements." The promise mechanism instantly disintegrated and turned into powder that stuck to Yi Xingchen's body, causing his realm to instantly improve. He then exclaimed, "I've broken through to the fourth transformation." Of course. A smile appeared on Jun Changshao's face. However, the next second, his expression froze and he widened his eyes. Not the truth-seeking realm? Chapter 1499. Yi Xingchen was especially excited now, because he had suddenly entered the fourth transformation from the third transformation. The attributes in his energy core had turned into purer true spirit energy. Xiao Ziji was right. Whether he could become stronger or not, he must believe in the Patriarch. Yi Xingchen was excited, but Jun Changshao, who was sitting on the chair, felt heartache. Didn't they say that he would advance by a whole realm? Why did the epic mission from the previous version only allow him to advance from the third transformation to the fourth transformation? It's very simple. The system said, either the first transformation is a whole realm, or the spirit-changing stage is a whole realm. Based on the host's previous breakthrough, the latter is more likely. Jun Changshao clutched his chest and said, "I was thinking too much. Although the items in the system are magical, they won't be too heaven-defying. After all, we still have to pay attention to the ecological balance. If it had not been used, the system would not have said it so confidently." "Anyo." Jun Changshao calmed down and said, "Work harder on your cultivation, don't let me down." "Patriarch," Yi Xingchen said weakly, "didn't you say that I could enter the true spirit realm?" Scram. Jun Changshao pointed at the door and said, "Quickly." Yi Xingchen retreated, but after walking out of the main hall, his eyes shone. Previously, he had been conflicted about breaking through the fourth transformation, but now that he had achieved it, he was full of hope for the future. As long as he was in the spirit-changing stage and had enough martial arts resources, breaking through quickly would not be a problem. As for whether he could enter the soul-changing stage after reaching the sixth transformation, that depended on the Patriarch. After breaking through, Yi Xingchen had more motivation, so he came up with a new cultivation plan. Although Jun Changshao was depressed that his words did not meet his expectations, but after thinking about it, it was worth it to let his disciple cross a hurdle easily. At least, the time saved was immeasurable. "Who?" He took a deep breath and said, "Use the store." Go Sheng was a little worried that if he didn't use up the few million contribution points he had saved up in the past 6 months, they might be reset to 0 one day. Besides, Yi Xingchen had only leveled up by 1 level. There was still a gap between him and Empress Lingyao. It would be even better if he could find something that could help him level up. Bathing and burning incense. After everything was ready, Jun Changshao opened the shop. Ding. Ding. After 5 times there was nothing. Jun Changshao was used to it, and his emotions did not fluctuate at all. Ding. The host has already reached the limit of 5 free refresh times per month. Would you like to activate the monthly or annual VIP package to unlock more refresh times? As the voice faded, 2 options appeared in front of him. One was a monthly VIP, and the other was a yearly VIP. Jun Changshao clicked on the second option without any hesitation. Ding. You have successfully recharged your account. Congratulations to the host for becoming a VIP user. The monthly refresh rate has increased from 5 times to 30 times. You have also received additional rewards such as the nouveau riche interface and the sweet voice of a young lady. Ding. Sect contribution points, 294,000. Whoosh. In an instant, the shop turned into a golden and dazzling state. It was simply inhumane. After coming to the upper realm, the system interface had been upgraded once, and now it had become a nouveau riche interface. This was what it meant to be a successful person. This was the symbol of nobility. Jun Changshao said lightly, I feel it. The huge change in the system interface was a feast for his eyes. He finally realized that the lives of the rich could be so simple and unadorned. Ding. Honorable VIP host, would you like to activate the sweet voice of a young lady? Of course. Jun Changshao said, I've tolerated that crazy retort for a long time. The system. Ding. Activate the sweet voice of a young lady. When the voice spoke, it had changed from a man's voice to a woman's, and it was very pleasant to the ears. The visual and auditory changes fully proved what it meant to be a noble VIP. However, Jun Changshao was on the verge of collapse. Only this. What else? The system said. Hearing its voice as usual, Jun Changshao finally understood that the so-called young lady's voice was a replacement for the previous voice, and the system assistance was not changed. As everyone knew, the system's voice and the system assistance were absolutely independent. One was mechanical, the other was human. If the emotionless voice was changed and the complaining voice was left, what was the use of this function? Change it back, Jun Changshao said irritably. Ding. Young brother's magnetic voice activated. Young brother's magnetic voice. Jun Changshao did not care about the nouveau riche interface and the sweet voice, because he cared more about the 25 free refreshes. Come on. Refresh to your heart's content. Ta. Jun Changshao lifted his leg and proudly placed it on the table. As a genuine VIP, he should be very arrogant. Otherwise, wouldn't the money be wasted? Ding. Refresh replacement of goods. F***CK. Jun Changshao almost jumped out of his seat. 5 free refreshes per month. He would habitually refresh. Although there were occasionally good goods, they were not very useful. This time it was different. The item bar was covered in gold and purple, so shiny that he could barely open his eyes. It was as if he had entered the exchange code, "See, you're the most handsome in Jianghu," and all kinds of godly equipment and mounts could be obtained at will. Supreme Magic Battle Armor. Dragon Slaying God Slaying Set. Rank 9 Poisonous Stinger. Just looking at these names made him feel like he was going to be God. What made Jun Changshao's breathing quicken was that there were many prestige goods. Judging from the ratio, at least 1 in 10 items would be a prestige item. This probability was much higher than the free refreshes. Does it feel good? The system asked. Yes. Jun Changshao truly understood what it meant to spend money on learning. However, when he clicked on Supreme Magic Battle Armor and saw that the price was 5 million contribution points, he roared in his heart, "So expensive! Didn't you see the grade? It's already Dao grade." In the upper realm, the grade of equipment and treasures corresponded to the sects and forces: Mystic, True, Dao, and Immortal. The Xian grade was suitable for Void-Piercing Realm and Core Transformation Realm, the Truth grade was suitable for Core Transformation Realm, and the Dao grade was suitable for Truth-Seeking Realm. Jun Changshao was speechless. "I can't afford it. I can't afford it." Next, he continued to look at other shiny equipment. In the end, all the items with domineering names and special effects, even the Truth grade, started at 2 million. Goshen cried. It was not easy to get so many items, but the price was more expensive than the previous. He could only look at them and not buy them. There are prestige goods too. I should be able to buy one. Jun Changshao clicked on the nearest prestige goods with hope. When he saw that the price was 2,000 points, he immediately collapsed on the chair. If it was expensive, it was not a big problem. After all, he could slowly accumulate points in the future. However, the problem was that he urgently needed items to increase the strength of his disciples. He definitely could not keep them. Refresh. The system said, there are still 24 chances. Maybe you can refresh something useful. This was what Jun Changshao was most conflicted about. If he refreshed them, the good stuff would definitely be overshadowed. You can't afford it now, yet you still want items to help your disciples. If you don't refresh them, are you planning to keep them for the new year? The system instigated. Fine. Jun Changshao gritted his teeth and said, refresh. Chapter 1500. Ding. 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 Refresh after refresh, replace after replace. It was undeniable that after becoming a VIP for a year, there were many good items, but they were either too expensive or not suitable for rapid growth, so he could only replace them by force. Why can't you add a shopping cart function, allowing me to add what I want in advance and buy it when I have money in the future? Jun Changshao was speechless. In your dreams, the system said. Jun Changshao ignored it and continued to refresh. After refreshing more than 10 times, he saw a product called or incubator. He covered his face and said, finally, something useful. The ore incubator was not expensive, only 1 million. The introduction said that it could incubate special ores and increase their growth. Increase. Jun Changshao's eyes were burning. Wasn't the mother of real stones a special ore? If it was added to increase its growth, wouldn't it be able to produce more eggs? Buy. After thinking for a while, Jun Changshao spent 1 million contribution points to buy the ore incubator. Previously, he could have bought a lot of 2 to 3 million contribution points equipment, but he did not because it would only benefit him. If this facility could increase the growth of the mother of real stones, it would definitely benefit the entire sect. Jun Changshao went to the underground palace and took out the ore incubator. The shape of this item was similar to the previous incubator. It had a transparent barrier, and below it were various buttons and LED screens, as well as a dent that seemed to be used to absorb energy. No way. Jun Changshao was speechless. Does this thing need external energy? Nonsense. The system said, if you want to increase its growth, you have to invest it. Jun Changshao took out the manual, and after reading it carefully, he confirmed that the ore incubator really needed energy to increase its growth. Fortunately, he could choose crystal cores as the material. Let's give it a try. Jun Changshao placed the mother of real stones inside the ore incubator, then began to take out crystal cores to charge. He only pressed the start button after using thousands of crystal cores. Beep, beep, beep. Numbers appeared on the LED screen. Item: Mother of Truth Condition. Met Energy. 1% Acceleration. 100%. Jun Changshao hugged his head and roared. Thousands of high-level crystal nuclei are thrown in, and the energy is only 1%, and the acceleration is only 100%? The crystal cores that Go Xing had put in just now were mostly obtained from various forbidden grounds. Their quality was pretty good, and they would definitely be able to exchange for a considerable amount of magnetite if they were to sell them on the market. Hoo-hoo! At this moment, the Mother of Truth inside the device emitted a strong heaven and earth attribute, and then merged into the surrounding soil through the vent holes. Accelerating it by 100% meant that the incubation effect was doubled. If this was an ordinary medicinal ingredient, the effect would be pretty good. However, if it was used to cultivate the mother of true stones and allow it to produce true stones faster, it didn't seem to be enough. DD. The alarm sounded and a number appeared on the screen. 1% energy can only last for 1 year. Please replenish it in time. Jun Changshao was speechless. I threw in so many high-level crystal cores, and it only accelerated my time by 1 year? Not bad. The system said, at least it can speed up the nurturing of the mother of true rocks. It's better than the slow gathering speed. That's true. Jun Changshao took out more crystal cores to recharge. Although a 100% acceleration wasn't much, the Mother of Truth would determine the future development of the sect, so it was better to speed it up. Who? Jun Changshao threw in all the crystal cores in his spatial ring, and after a fierce operation, the energy increase was only 5%. Damn it. That's way too expensive. At this moment, Go Xing's eyes widened. The acceleration listed on the LED screen changed from the initial 100% to 500%. Understood. The system said, every time the energy increases, the acceleration will also increase. From 1% to 100%? If it reaches 100%, it will increase by 10,000%? It should be. That's great. Jun Changshao was instantly excited. If it reached the maximum value, wouldn't it be 100 times faster? The Mother of Truth could easily nurture true stones for thousands of years. If the acceleration was maintained, it could be completed in a few decades. Calm down. Jun Changshao suppressed his excitement and said, the prerequisite is to have crystal cores. With so many crystal cores as the energy source, it only increased by 5%. If it really reached 100% and obtained 10,000% acceleration, would there be enough upper realm monsters? The principle of the ore incubator was similar to that of the incubator. If he wanted to obtain more acceleration, he had to invest crazily. Jun Changshao was still quite satisfied. At least he could obtain crystal cores. If he could nurture more true stones, it could also be an alternative exchange method. Swoosh. He opened the shop again. Jun Changshao found another product at the end of the list. It was called Gene Modification Fluid, so he curiously clicked on the introduction. Item: Gene Modification Fluid Introduction, an epoch-making product from highly developed martial arts and technology. Effect: after consumption, it can forcefully change the user's genes, thus obtaining the special ability of non-human races. Disadvantage: random selection. Price: 2,000 reputation points. Note: purchase limited to 1 per year. Damn! Jun Changshao said in surprise. This is quite strong. The system said, according to the terms of the world of martial arts, it should be similar to bloodline inheritance. It is recommended that the host purchase 10 stars. Jun Changshao fell into a short period of silence. This thing was indeed not bad, but he only had 2,000 reputation points at the moment. The system said, you can give it to Yi Xingchen to let him obtain the ability of a certain race. Perhaps it can greatly increase his realm. Makes sense. Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. There was only one chance. If he did not buy it, he would have to refresh it. Moreover, the system said again, this thing can be bought once a year. In the future, when you have reputation points, you can also give it to the upper echelons of the sect or the disciples to use, allowing everyone to have a special bloodline. A real marketing master would use the simplest words to accurately capture the user's psychology and make them palpitate with eagerness. Jun Changshao was tempted. To be honest, this thing might not be effective for him, because he had the bloodline of the stone statue race. It was unknown if he could be compatible with two bloodlines, but many people in the sect did not. If he could use this to benefit them, the 2,000 reputation points would not be wasted. Ding! Host has spent 2,000 reputation points and obtained gene modification Fluid X1. It has been transported into the space ring. Ding! Sect reputation points 0. Jun Changshao bought it and immediately informed Yi Xingchen. Patriarch. Anyo walked in from outside and secretly muttered in his heart. Could it be that the Patriarch has something good for him again? Pa Jun Changshao placed the gene modification fluid on the table and said, "Drink it." Yi Xingqian was overjoyed. From the shape, this seemed to be the aptitude modification fluid. He had already reached the divine grade spirit root. Could it be that after drinking it, he would have a higher breakthrough? Pa. Yi Xingqian hurriedly opened the cork and drank it without any hesitation. The taste of the gene modification fluid was similar to the aptitude modification fluid, but there was a faint fragrance in the mellow malt taste. After drinking it, one would not be satisfied. No. His aptitude did not increase. Hoo! Just as An Yo was thinking, a majestic aura emerged from his body and instantly filled his entire body. It even seeped into his blood, as if it was burning directly. Ah! A heart-wrenching pain instantly spread. That kind of heat gathered in every inch of his skin, making him scream like a pig being slaughtered with a hideous expression. "What's going on?" This voice. "It's junior brother Yi. Let's go!" Swish! Swish! Everyone flew to the Dragon Head Peak. As soon as they landed outside the courtyard where the patriarch lived, they all opened their eyes wide and blurted out, "Oh my God!" Chapter 1501. When Yi Xingqian consumed the genetic fluid, the blood in his body burned instantly, bringing him extreme pain. His face turned completely hideous. "On Yo!" Jun Changshao exclaimed. The system said, "No need to worry. He should be fusing with the bloodline." It was the same when the host awakened the stone statue race. Jun Changshao was silent. "Ah!" Yi Xingqian screamed again. At this moment, no one could help him. He could only rely on himself to get through this. If he succeeded, he would obtain a special bloodline. If he failed, he would probably lose his name. Did he regret it? No. Yi Xingqian did not regret it. Even if he knew in advance that consuming the genetic fluid would cause him to experience such pain and torture, he would still drink it without hesitation. This was because the strong were never afraid of death. "On Yo!" Jun Changshao encouraged him in his heart, "Hang in there." "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Screams sounded frequently, making one's hair stand on end. At the same time, the blood in his body transformed rapidly, deeply stimulating the depths of his soul. His eyes gradually turned red, and strange patterns appeared on his exposed skin. The system said, "It's about to fuse. Come on, come on." Jun Changshao clenched his fists and cheered for the system. From his expression, it seemed that he was more nervous than awakening his bloodline. Yi Xingqian could no longer hear anything. The pain and torture had caused him to lose his sense of hearing. As he gradually endured it, his mind and soul were about to collapse. 1. The scene in front of him suddenly changed, and the pain gradually subsided. Yi Xingqian stood in a seemingly ordinary village with a stunned expression. He said in surprise, "Illusion? Come and chase me." Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Yi Xingqian looked back and saw an ordinary teenager running over on the muddy road after the rain. He was holding a broken kite in his hand. Whoosh! The kite passed through his body, and his figure became illusory. As expected, this was an illusion. Yi Xingqian could see the teenager as a bystander, but the teenager could not detect his existence. "Pei-on Yo!" At this moment, a delicate girl ran over on the muddy road, stomping her feet and shouting, "Stop! Pei-anu?" Jun Changshao was shocked and hurriedly looked back. Soon, he realized that the young man's silhouette and appearance were very similar to the guy he had taken over. Realization dawned on him. Could this be his youth? Wait a minute. The girl also looked very familiar. Yi Xingqian suddenly thought of something and frowned. Come and chase me. If you catch me, I'll return the kite to you." The young man shouted as he ran with a playful smile on his face. Plop! The girl fell to the ground, splashing mud all over her face. "Ah!" The young man laughed and said, "You've become a big tabby cat." The young girl wiped away the mud on her face and bean-sized tears slid down her cheeks. Why are you crying? The young man walked over and helped her up. He placed the kite on top of her head and said, "Here you go." No. The girl threw the kite into the mud and left in anger and grievance. "Huir!" The young man shouted, "I was just joking, don't be angry." As expected, that girl was Huir. Yi Xingqian frowned and said, "This should be the experience of their youth, but why can I see it?" Phew! An intense pain surged into his mind, causing him to subconsciously hug his head. Swish! Suddenly, the scene changed again. He was already in a dark forest. The young man, Anyo, was holding a big wooden stick and was confronting a wild wolf. The young girl, Hui was hiding behind him in fear. "Anyo, I'm scared. Don't be afraid, I'll protect you." In the end, he was scratched by the wild wolf. Fortunately, the village hunters arrived in time to save the two of them. In order to not be scolded for using memories to make up the number of words, in short, these two scenes represented that the young man, Anyo, and the young girl, Hui had gradually developed feelings for each other. However, Yi Xingqian was very puzzled. Why could he see what these two had experienced? Could it be that the guy who was taken over when his soul was destroyed, part of his memory was integrated into his soul? Swish! Swish! The scene continued to change, and it was all related to the young man, Anyo, and the young girl, Hui. Buzz. After a while, the scene changed to Pei Anyo's coming-of-age ceremony. He stood in front of Hui, who was shorter than him by a head, and grinned. "When you become an adult, I'll marry you, brother Anyo." Hui's little face blushed. Of course. Pei Anyo pointed to the green ox tied to a tree in the distance and said, "I will use it to marry you home and make you happy for the rest of your life." The sons of rich families often rode tall horses or palanquins to marry their wives, while the ordinary families mostly used donkeys or oxen. Poochie. Hui covered her mouth and laughed, saying, "Brother Anyo, are you unable to leave the ox?" Pei Anyo walked over, grabbed her little hand and said seriously, "I'm willing to be your ox for the rest of my life." Bull, 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 Yi Xingqian's ears kept repeating, and the pain that had subsided erupted again, causing him to hug his head again. In the outside world, people were kneeling on the ground, and the patterns on their skin were getting brighter and brighter. Ah! Roar! A deafening roar suddenly sounded. Swish! Swish! At this moment, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others had already arrived at Dragon Head Peak. When they saw everything in the courtyard, they all widened their eyes, because what appeared in their field of vision was actually a green ox. Nanny! Jun Changshao also opened his mouth. As an eyewitness, he saw with his own eyes two ox horns grow out of Yi Xingqian's forehead, and then he quickly transformed from a human into an ox. Genetic modification successful, the system said. Jun Changshao spread his legs, pointed at the green ox, and roared with a collapsing expression. "Transforming from a human into an ox, what kind of genetic modification is this? Does the host think this is an ordinary ox?" The system said indifferently. "What?" Jun Changshao continued to roar. "Don't tell me it's the green ox that I rode out of Hengge Pass. If it's really my mount, then this disciple of yours is really awesome. After all, in terms of combat power, he might not be inferior to a great sage," the system said. At this moment, the green ox suddenly enlarged, and the courtyard was destroyed. Jun Changshao ran out in time, but Li Qingyang clutched his chest with a pained expression. "This loss is even greater than the training ground." Roar! The green ox, which was about 100 feet long, roared loudly, and the energy it contained shook the space. "So strong?" Jun Changshao's eyes widened. Gu Zhaoxi had also rushed over, and he said in surprise, "What kind of ox is this?" "Ox? That's right." Gu Zhaoxi instantly judged from the aura and power it exuded, and it was definitely not an ordinary ox. It should be from a certain tribe that was awakening at this moment, so it revealed its true form. Brother Onyo, in the peak where the disciples lived, Huir saw a huge ox suddenly appear on Dragon Head Peak, and tears flowed down her face uncontrollably. Why was she crying? Because this green ox was exactly the same as the ox that Onyo had mentioned back then. I waited for you to marry me, but we were already separated by heaven and earth. Roar! The huge green ox standing on Dragon Head Peak roared angrily, and then it leaped up and landed on Spirit Beast Peak. Its crimson eyes locked onto the Purple King, who was sitting in front of the hall entrance. Heh! Hall Master Z stood up, took off his school uniform, and shook his head. What, you want to fight with me? Chapter 1502. The drunk Yi Xingqian liked to visit the Spirit Beast Peak. Now that he had awakened his bloodline and transformed into his true form, he still went to the Spirit Beast Peak. It was truly thought-provoking. If there was a need to explain, it might be that he was now a demonic beast and had a strong perception of his own kind. King, Elder Nyo said cautiously, this guy isn't simple. As the right-hand man of Hall Master Z, his true form was also a bull beast. But in front of Yi Xingqian, he instantly felt insignificant. This insignificance came from the absolute suppression of the bloodline. Elder Nyo was just an ordinary beast of the falling star continent. Even if his cultivation level had increased, there was still a huge gap between him and the noble races. I can see it. The Purple King was very indifferent. This green bull was definitely not an ordinary beast. It might be from a large bull race. But so what? This king was the one and only Dao transformation Kuan. Hall Master Z was a little proud. In terms of species and bloodline, it wasn't inferior to the major races. In fact, it was even rarer than the dragon race and the stone statue race. Then, had it recovered its strength? Not only had it recovered, but it was also much stronger than before. It was already at the 7th or 8th revolution of the core revolution realm. How did it steal dragon eggs with such a cultivation level? Once again, Z's true form was the purple firmament Dao transformation Kuan. It could escape into the void and do it silently. As the saying went, there was a fish in the north, and it was called the Kuan. The Kuan was so big that it couldn't be stewed in a pot. Roar! Yi Xingqian, who had transformed into the green bull, roared furiously again. It emitted an aura that contained intense battle intent. The Purple King, who had taken off his clothes, raised his hand and wore the pink boxing glove. He said proudly, "You dare to take the initiative to provoke me. I admire your courage." Huff! Right at this moment, the green bull suddenly stood up. It was originally in the form of a bull, but it gradually became more human-like. The only thing that didn't change was that its head and body were still that of a beast. Damn! Jun Changshao widened his eyes and said, "Bull Demon King?" When a bull stood up, it looked similar to a human. It really gave off the feeling of a bull demon king. What made Jiang Yi break down the most was that after Yi Xingqian stood up, it actually assumed a battle form. Its two hooves looked like boxing gloves. The Purple King's mouth twitched. This was the first time he had seen a beast in its true form fighting in its human form. Who? Right at this moment, Yi Xingqian swung his forelimbs and came crashing down. The force of the explosion was like the weight of Mount Tai. Not good. Hall Master Z's expression changed slightly. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. It was as though a hoof that weighed 5,000 kilograms was pressing down on the martial arts stage, causing the entire Spirit Beast Peak to tremble violently. Very strong. Gu Zhaoxi frowned. It would be very troublesome for him to take such an attack head-on. A smile gradually appeared on Jun Changxiao's face. The effects of the genetic modification fluid were very powerful. Yi Xingqian transformed into a green ox, and his battle prowess had clearly increased by a terrifying amount. However, is he sober now? If his disciple lost their rationality after obtaining absolute power, the gains would not make up for the losses. The system said, he is now in the state of bloodline awakening. After some time, he should be able to recover his original appearance. In other words, after the genetic modification, it is equivalent to having a trump card to transform into a green ox? Jun Changshao asked. Correct. Boom 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 boom. There were continuous explosions on Spirit Beast Peak. Li Qingyang had a painful expression. Such a huge commotion would definitely bring about unimaginable destruction. As expected, when the green ox stopped and the dust gradually dispersed, the entrance of the Spirit Beast Hall had collapsed. The martial arts stage had sunk a few meters like the bottom of a dried lake. Where was Hall Master Z? He was lying in the deepest part of the pit with a bloody nose and a swollen face. His fingers and toes were twitching. When the two hooves came crashing down, he didn't have time to escape and could only be dealt with from all angles. To put it simply, he was KO'd by a series of moves. Trash! The green ox opened its mouth and spoke in human language. This line, this intonation, it's him, it's him, it's him, our little night melon. Jun Changshao let out a breath of relief. Since the green ox could speak, it meant that it still had its mind and didn't lose its rationality. Brother, Gu Zhaoxi exclaimed, this disciple of yours isn't simple. He actually has an extremely powerful ox bloodline. During this period of time in the Sect of all times, he might be surprised by the strength of many disciples, but he wasn't truly shocked. Today, Yi Xingqian's performance didn't just shock him, it was an extremely intense kind. Brother, Jun Changshao said, you must learn to be calm in the future because there are many unimaginable things waiting for you. Many more? Many more? The corner of Gu Zhaoxi's mouth twitched violently. In any case, he was an incredible person who had reincarnated countless times. After coming to the Sect of all times, everything he saw and experienced had completely overturned his understanding of martial arts. Phew! Right at this moment, the giant green ox standing on Spirit Beast Peak leaned towards the peak of the disciples' residence. Anyo, what are you doing? Jun Changshao frowned and asked. It wasn't a problem for Hall Master Z to be beaten up 1,000 times, but he definitely wasn't allowed to lay his hands on his fellow disciples. Phew! Yi Xingqian leaned his ox head against the peak. His red eyes were flickering, but they would occasionally dim as though he was having an intense struggle. Brother Anyo, is that you? Huier asked with a trembling voice. Phew! Phew! The green ox's breathing was rapid, and his red eyes revealed a human-like pain. He then stretched out his right hoof with difficulty and gently touched the woman's face to wipe away her tears. With a hoarse voice, he said, I'm sorry. I let you down. Jun Changshao, who wanted to stop this, was instantly stunned in midair. This voice and this tone were completely different from Yi Xingqian's style. It felt as though he was a different person. There is only one situation, the system said. What situation? Yi Xingqian reincarnated and possessed Pei Anyo. Their souls fused together, and after the bloodline awakening, he awakened a part of Pei Anyo's soul, the system said. Jun Changshao asked in astonishment, then he is now? He is Yi Xingqian and Pei Anyo, the system said. Jun Changshao remained silent. No wonder he could say such strange words to Huier. It turned out that Pei Anyo's soul was controlling his body. Damn it, right at this moment, an unresigned voice came from the deep pit of the Spirit Beast Peak. Gu Zhaoxi was startled and quickly released his spiritual perception. He saw Hall Master Z lying at the bottom of the pit with a dense purple attribute and strange patterns. Hu. Hu. All of a sudden, a majestic aura emerged from the Spirit Beast Peak. A giant purple shadow appeared and slowly turned from a blurry state to a solid state. It looked like a fish fin with red underpants hanging from the tip. It's here. Z's original body. This is, Gu Zhaoxi widened his eyes and said, Purple Firmament Dao Transformation Kuan. My brother is right. There are still many surprises. I have to. Who can teach me how to quickly calm down? Roar! The Purple King, who had transformed into its original body, roared furiously. It was obvious that it was very unhappy about being oppressed just now. Roar! The green bull's eyes flickered with red light again as it retracted its body and roared. At this moment, one of the beasts was standing on the peak while the other was suspended in midair. They roared at each other and felt like, "What are you looking at? What's wrong with looking at you? Try looking at me again. Let's try. Go out and fight." Jun Changshao shouted. Hu. Hu. Z and An Yo ran out. Boom. Boom. In the depths of the 10,000 ancient immortal mountains, a bull and a koan were engaged in an intense battle. Although the scenes that appeared were nothing more than you punching and I attacking with a tail, the battle was extremely brilliant. This continued until a few hours later, both of them turned into human forms and fainted on the ground.